Chapter 880. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. Elder Tong, there's no need for that. Qiqi is my friend, so this is what I should do. Elder Tong stood up and solemnly said, You helped Qiqi, so I naturally have to be grateful. However, you harmed her in the process. Lu Yin fell silent. The Innerverse has changed greatly and there are dangers everywhere, especially in the Starfall Sea. The Tong family's strength is too terrifying, and even with the Starfall Sea's combined strength, we can't resist them. Little brother Lu, you shouldn't have brought Qiqi here. Lu Yin was helpless. If I hadn't come, she would have come by herself. Then tie her up. No matter what, we can't let her come here to die, Elder Tong said agitatedly. Lu Yin understood Elder Tong's feelings, but that did not mean that he could accept it. I accept your gratitude, but I won't accept this blame. Elder Tong looked at Lu Yin for a while and then sighed. My apologies, I was too agitated. Lu Yin did not reply. Elder Tong asked, Is Elder Ren's corpse with you? Lu Yin nodded and waved his hand, causing Elder Ren's corpse to appear. When he saw the corpse, Elder Tong's expression became sorrowful. I didn't think that this old man wouldn't be able to rest in peace even after death. Lu Yin did not know what to say. Elder Tong bowed deeply once more. Little brother Lu, thank you again. Thank you. Lu Yin did not avoid him as he had to accept this gratitude. Otherwise, Elder Tong would not be able to rest easy. Elder Ren's corpse was hurriedly buried in the Lightning Dojo's mountain range, and it would be moved to the Sea King's dome in the future after the Sixth Mainland was expelled. Hai Qiqi's eyes were red and she silently wept. Around them, many cultivators from the Sea King's dome lowered their heads, their expressions sorrowful and angry. Their hatred for the Sixth Mainland was overwhelming. We have to retreat. We have to give up on this dojo, Elder Tong lamented as he stood in front of Elder Ren's grave. Lu Yin was shocked. Retreat? To where? Mount Chong Dojo, Elder Tong said. Right now we only have 13 dojos left, and the Thunderbolt Dojo is located at the outermost perimeter of the 13 dojos. Now that we've forced the Sixth Mainland to retreat, we'll definitely attract an even more intense attack, and it's even possible that imprinters will appear. We won't be able to hold them off on our own, so we can only retreat to Mount Chong Dojo. And that's not all. Zhou Dojo is located at the center of the Greyweed continent. If we retreat there, won't we be giving ourselves up to the Sixth Mainland? Elder Tong said bitterly, if we don't retreat to Chongshan Training Hall, we won't be able to go anywhere. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he finally understood. In reality, the entire Greyweed continent was like a turtle in a jar to the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin wasn't sure about the other places, but in the Starfall Sea, the Greyweed continent simply couldn't withstand the Tong family's power. The only reason the Sixth Mainland had been able to hold on was because the Tong family had yet to truly make a move. Or rather, there were other reasons why they couldn't truly make a move. The second possibility was more likely because the Tong clan had asked the Galloping Horse Manor for external help. However, even without external help, the cultivators of the Greyweed continent would still be forced to a dead end step by step. Even though they knew that this was a dead end, they still had to follow the Tong clan's wishes. How sorrowful was that? Since ancient times, the Starfall Sea had never encountered such a sullen war. What was the Sea King doing when he knew he was going to die? There was also Daoist Master Lon of the Great Mountain Dojo and so on. By the way, Elder Tong, do you know what happened to my two seniors? Are they Big Pao and Little Pao? Lu Yin asked. When he had left the Starfall Sea, he had left Big Pao and Little Pao behind because he was worried that Feng Mo would continue to pursue them. Elder Tong didn't recognize Big Pao and Little Pao. To someone at his level, Big Pao and Little Pao weren't even considered cannon fodder. He summoned the others to ask them, but the war was too intense and no one was in the mood to pay attention to them. Don't worry, they should be fine. When the Sea King's dome was breached, a portion of the people fled here. The rest were placed on a planet not far from the Sea King's dome by the Sixth Mainland, so they weren't killed. After all, the Sea King's dome has such a large population that even the Sixth Mainland wouldn't dare to massacre them, Elder Tong consoled him. Lu Yin felt helpless as that was only true for ordinary people. Big Pao and Little Pao were cultivators and they could even be considered outstanding cultivators. He could only hope that they were as smart as they had been in the Astral Combat Academy and that they would be able to avoid this calamity. As a series of glowing objects descended from the sky, a day passed in the Greyweed continent. That night, Elder Tong and the Thunder Dao Master took advantage of the darkness to lead the remaining people towards the Chongshan Training Hall, directly abandoning the Lightning Training Hall. With so many cultivators moving, it was impossible for them to leave without a trace. Fortunately, the rear of the Lightning Training Hall had not been occupied by the Sixth Mainland. Even if there were cultivators from the Sixth Mainland, they would only be a small group and they would be easily exterminated. The next day, Elder Yuan and Elder Song appeared outside the Lightning Training Hall with even more cultivators. Among them was a scholarly middle-aged man. Although he didn't have an intimidating aura, both Elder Yuan and Elder Song respectfully stood behind him, not daring to make the slightest sound. This middle-aged man was an elder of the Tong family, Mr. E. He was an imprinter with a power level of over 600,000. Among the countless cultivators in the Tong family, he could be ranked in the top 3. Mr. E, there's no one. They've abandoned the Lightning Training Hall, Elder Song carefully reported after checking the situation. Mr. E frowned. Decisive. That's the style of the Sea King, Elder Tong. He looked around before finally looking in the direction of the Chongshan Training Hall. Elder Yuan, Elder Song, gather 20 people and follow me. Even if we can't capture everyone, we have to capture the leader. Understood. For 2 consecutive days, the Thunder Dao Master led the way without stopping. All of the cultivators followed in silence. Lu Yin and Hai Chi were in the middle of the group with Elder Tong at the very back. Hai Chi's mood was heavy, and Lu Yin felt sullen as well. After all, it did not feel good to be hunted down. He had only wanted to send Hai Chi to the Sea King's dome, but now that he had come to the Greyweed continent, he did not know when he would be able to return. He had no idea how long that crack would last, and the more he thought about it, the heavier his heart became. Hai Chi shook Lu Yin's hand. Thank you. Lu Yin patted the back of her hand. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Hai Chi nodded, her gaze resolute. She was much stronger than when she had left the Starfall Sea, and she could quickly adjust her state of mind. Lu Yin did not ask her about the Sea King's situation, and since Hai Chi did not take the initiative to tell him, it proved that the Sea King's situation was a secret. Perhaps whether or not they could leave the Greyweed continent would depend on the Sea King. Right now, Lu Yin was looking forward to meeting the Divine Fist. The 10 arbiters were now on the same continent as him, and they were definitely not far from each other. The day of their meeting was fast approaching. Just as Lu Yin thought that they would be able to smoothly head to the Chongshan Training Hall, the void in the distance tore open and a foot stepped out. A scholarly middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. It was Mr. E. As he appeared, the void behind him expanded and Elder Yuan, Elder Song and 20 other experts from the Sixth Mainland all appeared, standing tall in the sky. The Thunder Dao Master sighed. They had indeed been caught. Without further ado, the battle immediately began. The Thunder Dao Master charged at Mr. E and attacked with lightning. The entire sky was filled with lightning that condensed into a bolt of lightning that shot out. Mr. E smiled and waved his hand, causing the lightning to dissipate. Everyone was stunned. Elder Tong's expression turned ugly as this was an imprinter. Only an existence with a power level of over 500,000 could ignore star energy attacks. This was the suppression of a higher level. Even though there were tens of thousands of cultivators on the Greyweed continent, they were still completely suppressed by Mr. Yi's 22 subordinates, as none of them were ordinary cultivators. Elder Song found Lu Yin and sneered, "You won't be able to escape, kid." His imprint appeared behind him as he spoke. He raised a hand and flicked his fingers, causing 5 oblate spheres to shoot out. They pierced through dozens of cultivators along the way, creating a bloody mist as they headed straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin flung Hai Chi out of the way and quickly dodged as well. The 5 oblate spheres exploded, transforming into tree branches that instantly spread out and bound over 1,000 cultivators, including Lu Yin. Elder Song charged over. "Junior, you won't have a chance this time." Lu Yin saw Elder Song approach and his eyes flashed. Fates and appeared in front of him. Elder Song struck out with a palm, but he was unable to disperse the fates and he quickly followed up with a second palm strike, then a third, until the fates and automatically returned to Lu Yin's body. Elder Song then raised his palm and pressed it down on Lu Yin's head. He wasn't trying to kill Lu Yin, but rather knock him out and take him away so that he could interrogate him about the secret technique. Elder Song had already made up his mind. He planned to take Lu Yin away from the main group and return to the Tong family after interrogating him about the secret technique. Elder Song had already suppressed his astral phenomenon and was using the greatest amount of power he could muster. He was using his exquisite control over star energy to isolate the cultivators around him. This level of control was completely different from a lockbreaker's control over star energy. One was control while the other was control. The difference of a single word was like the difference between heaven and earth. An enlighter like Elder Song had great control over star energy, but he didn't understand star energy at all. Lockbreakers, on the other hand, were able to control star energy and view it as their own world. Although there was a huge difference, it was roughly the same in the early stages. Even Lu Yin would find it difficult to completely break free from Elder Song's control over star energy. However, he didn't hesitate to break free because he hadn't been bound in the first place. Elder Song's palm struck down, but Lu Yin's body flashed and disappeared from where he had been standing. The tree branches that had been binding him were actually illusions of his domain. They were his force field and they looked very similar to Elder Song's tree branches. Elder Song hadn't expected Lu Yin to be faking his capture, and he hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. Lu Yin appeared behind him and his eyes flashed with runes. Elder Song's rune lines had been weakened and he could feel it at this moment, but he couldn't resist it. Star energy gathered in Lu Yin's right hand as cauldron chi fused into it. First Sunday, the scorching sphere smashed towards Elder Song's head. Elder Song felt a life-threatening crisis. His strength was still being weakened and there was no way for him to reverse the situation. He growled and couldn't help but erupt with all of his strength. This was a subconscious reaction when one was on the brink of death. A terrifying aura with a power level of over 300,000 swept through the area, transforming into a gale that could be seen with the naked eye. Chapter 881. Seeing Elder Song explode with his full strength, Mr. E was shocked. Idiot. On the other side, Elder Yuan, who was fighting with Elder Tong, was also shocked. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. Elder Song's face was pale and he looked up with a look of despair. No, don't. With a shout, his entire being disappeared, his existence erased by the astronomical phenomenon. Countless people stared dumbfoundedly. Every time someone was erased by a celestial phenomenon, they would be shocked. No matter how many times they had seen it, they would still be shocked when they saw it again. That was the power of the progenitor realm. Lu Yin could not help but look up as well. In that instant he had seen quite a few runes, and the runes in his eyes had become even more profound. This was the first time that Lu Yin had personally experienced the rune progenitor's power of erasing rune lines while using the Aeon Evolution True Scripture's spiritual clarity boundary. This gave him a deeper understanding of the spiritual clarity boundary, and he could sense that he had erased a little more rune lines. Although it was only a small amount, many little drops made an ocean. It was still terrifying. This was a path that could force others to be erased by the celestial phenomenon. He would be able to clearly see the symbol ancestor make his move, which would be of great help to him. However, it would be difficult to force others to use a combat power that exceeded 200,000. Be careful. A cry of alarm sounded. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and activated the Yu secret art. Behind him, a cultivator from the 6th mainland stabbed out with a strange weapon, but Lu Yin's Yu secret art changed the direction of the weapon. The weapon stabbed into the ground and tore a huge hole in the ground. Lu Yin's right palm viciously punched out. This attack had missed Elder Song, so it was perfect for dealing with this person. Lu Yin had condensed one sun's star energy to the point where it was the closest to 200,000 rune lines. With this one attack and the fact that Lu Yin had subconsciously weakened his opponent's rune lines, the peak hunter who had ambushed him was instantly killed. There wasn't even a corpse. It had been reduced to pieces. The spiritual brilliance realm of the universe evolution true scripture had no way of dealing with the weakening of rune lines, especially in this kind of astronomical phenomenon where one's battle strength had to be suppressed below 200,000. It was even more of a killer weapon. If Lu Yin had been in the outerverse, then it would not have been so useful. An enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 wouldn't have much of an impact on others even if Lu Yin slightly weakened his rune lines. But here it was an absolute trump card. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the possibility that the symbol ancestor had created such a phenomenon in order to turn this battlefield into a slaughterhouse for those who cultivated the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. With such a celestial phenomenon, anyone who opened their eyes would have a high chance of reaching the spiritual brilliance realm, becoming an existence similar to a bug. Suddenly Lu Yin felt a sense of danger. He looked up and saw a pair of eyes staring at him. It was Mr. E. The Thunder Dao Lord who had been fighting with Mr. E was already lying on the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The surrounding cultivators attacked Mr. E like moths to a flame, but no one could get close to him. Mr. E suddenly tore through the void and vanished. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he hurriedly ran towards Elder Tong. He was sure that Mr. E was here for him. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Mr. E appeared in front of him. He took a step forward and appeared right in front of Lu Yin. Although he was just one person, he blocked Lu Yin's view like the sky itself. Mr. E raised a hand and slowly grabbed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed and his scalp went numb. This was an imprinter and he hurriedly retreated. But Mr. Yi's palm seemed to cover the sky. No matter which direction Lu Yin ran, he felt like he was being caught. In the distance, Elder Tong's expression changed as well. A power level of 500,000 was a threshold, and anything above that threshold would be completely different. If Lu Yin used the same method he had used on Elder Song to deal with the imprinter, then he would be finished. Elder Tong wanted to help Lu Yin. However, Elder Yuan was holding him back, and he was unable to provide any assistance. All around him, the cultivators who were close to Lu Yin were repelled by an indescribable force. This force was clearly not very strong, but they could not resist it no matter what they did. This included Hai Chi-Chi and an enlighter from the Lightning Dojo who had been hiding in the crowd. The palm drew closer and closer to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin could even see the lines on the palm. "Little brat, come with me." Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he opened his right palm. 8-lined battle force imprinted on it and he struck out. Mr. E was amused. A mere explorer was actually trying to fight him head-on. 30 stacks, 200-fold, shockwave palm. Lu Yin growled as the surface of his body cracked. 200 times was the highest multiplier that he could currently reach. Combined with 30 stacks, it was enough to make an enlighter find it difficult to withstand. However, his physical strength still did not exceed 200,000. It was very difficult for him to unleash a physical attack with a power level of 200,000. The moment the two palms collided, Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes that weakened the number of rune lines on Mr. Yi's palm. Mr. Yi's expression changed, and there was a loud boom as the two palms collided. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, transforming into a strong gale that swept everything away. Hai Chi-Chi felt as if she had been flung away by an enormous force. Everything within 5,000 kilometers was enveloped by the shockwave. This was a collision of pure physical strength. Mr. E and Lu Yin were both buried underground. Mr. E was still fine as he was only pushed back half a step. However, Lu Yin's right arm had been broken and his battle force had collapsed. He was sent flying back 100 meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and looked back. An imprinter's physical body was too terrifying. This person did not look like someone who specialized in physical strength, but his physical strength was still terrifying. Mr. E had used all of his strength in his attack, but he had not been able to harm this person at all. He leapt out and soared into the air, panting heavily. The bones in his right arm had pierced through his skin and he was in intense pain. Underground, Mr. E was shocked. He was an imprinter with a power level of over 600,000. Even if he had never focused on physical strength, as his realm increased, his physical strength would become even more terrifying. Even someone with a power level of 300,000 to 400,000 who specialized in physical strength would not fare well against him, let alone an explorer. But now he had actually been pushed back half a step by a puny explorer. Most importantly, this kid had mastered a secret technique that had actually weakened his physical strength. Mr. E stepped out of the ground and looked at Lu Yin in amazement. "Kid, aside from that brat called the Divine Fist, you're the first youth on this continent who can exchange blows with me. What's your name?" Countless people stared at Lu Yin in shock, marveling at his strength. Even the Thunder Dao Lord had been killed by Mr. E, but this person had actually managed to withstand his attack. Lu Yin's lips were stained with blood. "Look at your palm." Mr. E raised his hand and saw that his palm had turned black. He was shocked. "You used poison." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Ah, very good. Very smart. Unfortunately, your understanding of strength is too shallow. Poison is useless against me. Mr. E waved his hand and his palm returned to normal. Lu Yin was helpless as he had only been testing the waters. He had thrown out Elder Wu's poison after exchanging blows, and it had indeed hit Mr. E, but it had been useless. He had suppressed his power level to below 200,000, but Mr. E had rendered him powerless. That's enough. Come with me. Mr. E shouted and his figure vanished. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he quickly dodged to the side. Mr. E walked out and grabbed Lu Yin's right arm, but he suddenly paused. The phantom image of the Sea King's trident shot out from the side. Mr. E snorted and waved his hand, causing the phantom image to shatter. Hai Chi-Chi's all-out attack had not been able to stop Mr. E in the slightest. He grabbed Lu Yin's right arm. Kid, you don't want your arm anymore? Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes that flashed again, and Mr. Yi's grip on Lu Yin's arm suddenly weakened. Lu Yin was caught off guard and Mr. Yi's eyes lit up. What a good secret technique. Hand it over. He continued to grab Lu Yin. To him, Lu Yin was just a rat that could be caught at any time. As for the tens of thousands of cultivators around them, what use were they? They couldn't even get close. Lu Yin dodged multiple times and Mr. E narrowly missed him each time, but Lu Yin managed to slip away each time. However, Lu Yin knew that he would be caught sooner or later. The difference between them was just too great. Star energy was useless against an imprinter, and the difference in physical strength was just too great. He had no way of resisting. Lu Yin crashed into the ground with a thump and Mr. E grabbed him with one hand. It's over. Lu Yin grew anxious and he grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and threw it at Mr. E. Mr. Yi's expression changed and the mud scattered, giving Lu Yin the opportunity to escape. Kid, you can't escape. Mr. E barked, his tone clearly angered. Lu Yin felt strange. The mud had been normal but it had actually slowed him down a bit. He stared at Mr. E seriously and realized that this person had remained spotless since the start of the battle. His white shirt and pants looked very clean. The two of them had been smashed into the ground but Mr. E was still clean. In contrast, Lu Yin looked like a beggar. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged and threw another handful of mud at Mr. E. Mr. E grew even angrier. Kid, you're courting death. Lu Yin grinned. You're a clean freak? Mr. E snorted. So what if I am? Your attacks are useless against me. Is that so? Then take this. Lu Yin took out something and threw it at Mr. E. The moment the item appeared, an indescribable stench filled the air and quickly spread. The perverted stench filled the entire battlefield and everyone looked over. What was so smelly? Lu Yin covered his nose and hurriedly retreated. The item he had taken out was naturally the smelly fruit-like item that he had obtained during his lock-breaking session. The moment he had unlocked it, he had almost fainted from the stench. It was obvious how strong the stench was. To someone who was a clean freak, this stench was unforgivable. Mr. E retreated as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Yin laughed and waved his hand, activating the Yu secret art. The smelly fruit disappeared and reappeared in Mr. Yi's arms. Mr. E roared in anger and jumped up like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. He threw the smelly item away and glared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. You're courting death. Lu Yin pointed behind Mr. E. Mr. E turned around and the smelly item came at him again. Mr. Yi's pupils shrank and his face paled as he hurriedly dodged. Lu Yin chased after Mr. E with the smelly item, and even though Mr. E was an invincible powerhouse, he was being chased around like a mouse. Most importantly, the item was incredibly hard and Mr. E couldn't break it. Mr. E wanted to throw it further away, but Lu Yin used the Yu secret art to summon him back. It was as if he had been possessed by an evil spirit. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful Book Mobile Edition. .com. Chapter 882. This was supposed to be a solemn battlefield filled with slaughter, but now the atmosphere had changed. It had truly changed. But wherever Mr. Fan Yi appeared, everyone backed away and covered their noses. Lu Yin chased after Mr. E relentlessly. Come on, I'll kill you. Mr. Yi's face was deathly pale. There were some things that couldn't be changed even after reaching the level of an imprinter. Even if his body had been altered by the universe, there were still some instincts that couldn't be changed, such as misophobia and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Mr. Yi's obsession with mysophobia was so severe that he would rather die than be contaminated by such a foul stench. In the distance, Elder Tong and Elder Yuan were both stunned and even forgot to fight. Hai Chichi covered her nose and hid far away. It was just too smelly. Lu Yin couldn't stand it either. This stench wasn't something that star energy could block. It was as if the stench had directly entered his brain, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Waving the stench around, Lu Yin felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life as he chased after the imprinter. Mr. Yi was on the verge of despair. At that moment, countless cultivators arrived from another direction. It was obvious that they had retreated from a training hall, and Hai Dashao was among them. Mr. Yi wasn't angered by the appearance of such strong reinforcements. Instead, he rejoiced and led everyone away without looking back. As soon as they arrived at the battlefield, they smelled the stench that made their hair stand on end, and their expressions changed. Elder Tong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Mr. Yi leave with Elder Yuan, and his gaze towards Lu Yin was filled with admiration. Lu Yin hurriedly put away the stench and relaxed as well. He touched his cosmic ring. This was a treasure. If he met that mysophobe again, he would have a weapon to kill him. No, that guy probably wouldn't want to face him for the rest of his life. As Lu Yin put away the stench, the cultivators waved their hands and quickly dispersed the stench. Hai Chichi saw Hai Dashao and her eyes reddened. Second brother. Hai Dashao's body shook and he looked over to see her. His expression changed to one of ecstasy. Chichi. Not far away, Lu Yin took out some medicine and applied it to his right arm, enduring the pain as he looked into the distance and saw Hai Dashao and Hai Chichi reunite. He sighed. This battle had been rather strange. No matter what, the enemy had been forced to retreat. Elder Tong walked over to Lu Yin's side and did not know what to say. He felt that this battle had been won very strangely, and he could still vaguely smell that foul stench. He did not know what it was, but it was too smelly. Lu Yin noticed the strange look in Elder Tong's eyes and he coughed. That was unlocked from a source box. Elder Tong nodded. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have survived. Lu Yin rubbed his nose and remained silent. It took a while for the battlefield to be cleaned up, and Lu Yin found out that the cultivators from Tsangkue Dojo had come with Hai Dashao. There were about 100,000 people who had retreated in several batches. The Tsangkue training hall was located closer to the center of the Greyweed continent, so it had been attacked less often by the Sixth Mainland. Moreover, the Tsangkue training hall itself was ranked in the top 5 training halls. Dao Master Tsong's strength surpassed that of the Thunder Dao Master, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the Star Envoy realm. His strength was above that of Elder Tong and he was definitely a ruthless person. He had preserved the cultivators of the Tsangkue training hall very well, but unfortunately they still had to retreat. While the battlefield was being cleaned up, the Tsangkue training hall's cultivators also understood what had happened, and they all looked at Lu Yin with strange gazes. There was a strange look in their eyes that made Lu Yin very uncomfortable. Lu Yin's recovery was very strong, and he had already regained feeling in his right arm. At that moment, someone walked over from behind him and Lu Yin turned around. Long time no see, Hai Dashao. It was Hai Dashao and he sized Lu Yin up with a strange expression. It's only been 4 years, but you've changed so much. Lu Yin moved his right arm. My appearance has changed? It's strength. Hai Dashao sized Lu Yin up again. You were able to survive against an imprinter and even kill an enlighter. How did you do it? Do you need an explanation? Lu Yin casually asked. He could feel that Hai Dashao's tone was still as arrogant as it had been 4 years ago. He would never forget how Hai Dashao had grabbed him at the Sea King's dome. That unstoppable strength was still fresh in his mind, and now he was certain that he had surpassed Hai Dashao. Hai Dashao frowned. I don't like your attitude, but I'm still very grateful that you protected Chi-Chi. However, you shouldn't have brought her back to the Innerverse. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I don't like your attitude either. Hai Dashao's eyes widened. You seem very confident to speak to me like that. Lu Yin was amused. Are you brainless or do you refuse to accept it? I can defeat the current you with just one hand. Oh, I can crush you. Hai Dashao was furious, but just as he was about to retort, Elder Tong arrived and pulled Hai Dashao back. Little brother Lu is our savior. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until you arrived. Don't be rash. Hai Dashao's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Yin. Let's find some time to spar. Don't think that you're amazing just because you use some strange method to stop an imprinter. The difference in strength isn't something that can be made up for with brains. Are you saying that you're brainless or that I'm too smart? Lu Yin mocked. Hai Dashao was furious, but Elder Tong persuaded him to leave. Lu Yin snorted as he really didn't like Hai Dashao's attitude. Although he knew that the man didn't have any bad intentions, his arrogance and insufferably arrogant attitude annoyed Lu Yin. The Sea King's dome was no more, so where did Hai Dashao's arrogance come from? Hai Chichi helplessly walked over. Can't you talk less? My second brother is like that and you know that. Lu Yin looked away. I'm not his father, so there's no need for me to spoil him. You. Hai Chichi was furious and she glared at Lu Yin before leaving. Well done, seventh bro. I've disliked that guy since a few years ago and he even tried to steal Wendy away. No way. Find an opportunity to beat him up, the monkey instigated. Lu Yin was even more annoyed when he heard this. That guy was asking for a beating if he wanted to steal Wendy away. On the other side, Hai Dashao's anger had yet to subside, and he really wanted to fight Lu Yin. Stop stirring up trouble. You're not his opponent right now, Elder Tong helplessly said as he held Hai Dashao back. Hai Dashao was unconvinced. Him? That ant from a few years ago? I can hold him down with one hand. Elder Tong shook his head. He relied on his own abilities to kill an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000, and he also relied on his own abilities to escape the imprinter's capture multiple times. Can you even fight against an imprinter? Even the top 3 on the top 100 rankings might not be able to, let alone you, but he can. Hai Dashao's face turned serious. Really? Elder Tong nodded. Hai Dashao was shocked. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. He had originally thought that Lu Yin had relied on a secret technique and a power vessel to kill an enlighter, and he had even been able to survive against an imprinter. Everyone else who had seen that stinky item had thought that Lu Yin was just an opportunist who had gotten lucky. But after hearing Elder Tong's words, if it was true, then Hai Dashao might not be that guy's opponent. It had only been 4 years. How had that guy cultivated? Even imprinters can't do anything to him. You'd best not provoke him or else you'll embarrass yourself. He's also Chi-Chi's savior and he even brought back old man Ren's corpse. Elder Tong's voice grew deeper as he spoke. Hai Dashao's body trembled and he looked at Elder Tong excitedly. He brought back old man Ren's corpse? Where is it? Elder Tong sighed. It's buried in the lightning dojo. Hai Dashao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. As long as we don't die this time, then one day I'll go against the flow and kill my way to the 6th mainland. I'll make them pay with their blood. Elder Tong patted his shoulder but he did not say anything. Lu Yin followed a group of cultivators as they headed towards Chongshan Dojo. They walked for several days and since they were close to the dojo, there were almost no cultivators from the 6th mainland around. Dao Master Tsung casually tore open a tear in the void and led Hai Dashao, Hai Chi-Chi, Lu Yin, and a few others through the void to arrive at Chongshan Dojo. Compared to the Lightning Dojo, Chongshan Dojo was much more majestic. From a distance, Chongshan Dojo seemed to be made up of continents from bottom to top. There were a total of 20 levels, and the center of each continent was connected by giant stone pillars that connected the sky to the earth. Each continent was separated by a stone staircase that circled around the pillars. The gravity of each continent is different. Chongshan Dojo is a pure body refining dojo, and any cultivator who joins will have an extremely strong physical body, Hai Chi-Chi explained to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was not surprised. The 10 Arbiter's divine fist's name was Lan Si and he came from the Zhishan Dojo. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Lan Si had once displayed more than 30 stacks. Lu Yin was well aware of how difficult it was to display more than 30 stacks in the Limiter realm, but Lan Si had done it. Furthermore, this might not be his limit. There had been rumors that the Divine Fist could shatter planets with 100 stacks. At that time, Lu Yin knew that someone behind Lan Si had been helping him deduce the overlaying stacks path. Now that he had arrived at Chongshan Dojo, Lu Yin was certain that there was a cultivation method for the overlaying stacks path here, and it was also the most suitable place to train. The closer they got to Chongshan Dojo, the closer they felt the powerful wind. They could hear the sounds of collisions and the sounds of many people gritting their teeth as they persevered. Lu Yin looked up and saw several figures sitting cross-legged on the stone staircase. There were also some who were struggling to ascend step by step, their bodies trembling from the unbearable pressure. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. There were a lot of rune lines in Zhongshan Dojo, and there were more than a dozen people whose power levels were close to 200,000. Some of them were peak hunters, while others were probably enlighters who were suppressing their power levels. There were also quite a few of them. The strongest person in Zhongshan Dojo was the Dojo Master, a super powerhouse who had the power level of an emissary. He was also an expert in the entire Starfall Sea who was second only to the Sea King. He was also the father of the Divine Fist Lon Si Dao Master Lon. Dao Master Tsong was very familiar with Zhongshan Dojo, and the people there were not surprised when they saw Lu Yin's group arrive. However, there was a hint of worry in their eyes. Dao Master Lon did not come out. Instead, a sturdy-looking middle-aged man welcomed them. His powerful aura caused Lu Yin to feel apprehensive, as this person was definitely an enlighter. "You're the only one? Where's the Thunder Dao Master?" the middle-aged man asked. Dao Master Tsong shook his head. "He's dead." Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 883. The middle-aged man's eyes dimmed and he forced a smile. "Please." He then scanned the crowd and was shocked when he saw Hai Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi? What are you doing here?" Hai Chi-Chi walked out. "Uncle Tai, long time no see." "Chi-Chi?" There was a cry from even further away and Hai Chi-Chi's body trembled. She turned around and was delighted. "Baby." Lu Yin's eyes twitched. "Baby?" This name inexplicably reminded him of the pink sofa on the top floor of the Amethyst Trading Company, as they were all from the same series. Lon Baobao was ranked 25th on the Treasure Strong rankings, and she was an absolute expert of the younger generation. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing her in person. Truthfully, this girl did not match the Great Mountain Training Hall at all. This was a paradise for muscular men, and they all trained their bodies while sweating profusely. Lon Baobao, on the other hand, was petite and cute, similar to Hai Chi-Chi. Her face was especially round and tender, just like a child's, even though she was older than Lu Yin. It was no wonder why she was called Lon Baobao. Lu Yin was not in the mood to listen to the two women's conversation, as he kept looking at the landmasses in the sky. Each landmass is separated by 100 steps, and every step you take doubles the gravity. In other words, the difference in gravity between the landmasses is 100-fold, Hai Dashao explained. Lu Yin was shocked. 100-fold difference in gravity meant that the gravity at the top floor was 2,000 times. Up until now, the highest gravity he had ever endured was 300 times. It was not that he could not endure higher, but that he had never had the chance. With his current physical strength, he could endure at least 1,000 times the gravity. 1,000 times the gravity was the limit that an ordinary hunter could endure. Lu Yin was confident that his physical strength was not inferior to an ordinary peak hunter's, and he might even be stronger. "How about it? Do you want to try?" Hai Dashao looked at Lu Yin provocatively, as he really wanted to know how far this person could go. Lu Yin glanced at him. "What's the highest you've ever reached?" Hai Dashao's eyes narrowed. 7. Lu Yin sighed and shook his head. "You're too weak." Hai Dashao was furious. Lu Yin turned and walked away, completely ignoring the man. Hai Dashao gritted his teeth. Why hadn't he realized that this fellow was so infuriating back then? No, he had realized it back then. He still remembered that Starsabil had asked Lu Yin how to become stronger, and Lu Yin's answer had been to earn more money. Hai Dashao had already found Lu Yin an eyesore back then, as Lu Yin had always acted like a commoner. Now Hai Dashao was even more irritated. Someone like Hai Dashao needed to be suppressed, and Lu Yin suddenly recalled Hai Chi-Chi's venomous tongue and arrogance, which felt pretty good. Currently, most of the cultivators in Mount Zhongshan Dojo were not from Mount Zhongshan Dojo, but from other dojos or other places in the Starfall Sea. There were many experts gathered here. The easiest way to make a comparison was to look at the continents high up in the sky. There were quite a few people who had reached the 9th or even the 10th level, and there were even some who had ascended to even higher levels. There was a high chance that they were enlighters, and there should be quite a few hall masters here. No one greeted him and no one was in the mood to greet him. Lu Yin visited Zhongshan Dojo alone, which had once been the training grounds of the 10 arbiters. On the other side, Hai Chi-Chi and Lon Baobao had a lot to talk about. The relationship between the two girls was very strange. They were best friends, but they would occasionally fight with each other. What? That Hong Ying woman was defeated by that Lu Yin? Lan Baobao was shocked. Hai Chi nodded. I heard that Hong Ying injured you. Are you alright? Lan Baobao's expression turned ugly. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. However, Lan, you won't be coming back. Hai Chi was dejected. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to avenge Lan Yu. Lu Yin promised to let her go once he arrived at the Greyweed continent, and he didn't want to go back on his word. Lan Baobao forced a smile. It's not your fault. No one can guarantee that they will reach the end of the path of cultivation. Ever since we started cultivating, our father has given us a choice to be a normal person. He can protect us from harm for the rest of our lives and allow us to live happily until the end of our lives. However, if we choose to cultivate, he won't protect us, so death is very normal. Even so, Lan Yu was still Lan Baobao's younger brother, so how could she not mind? Lan Baobao's hatred for Hong Ying was very strong, but she did not show it. Even if she faced Hong Ying, she would not be a match for her. When she thought about this, she suddenly became very interested in Lu Yin. This person had only been a Lemeter a few years ago, and although he was known as the strongest Lemeter, he was still a distance away from them. Now, in just a few years, he had surpassed them. Not only had he surpassed her, but he had also surpassed the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. If what Hai Chi said was true, then this person might have the ability to catch up to the 10 arbiters. Chi, where's that Lu Yin? I want to thank him, Lan Baobao said. Hai Chi turned around to look for him, but she could not find him. Where did he run off to? Let's split up and look for him, Lan Baobao said. Hai Chi nodded. Although Lu Yin's strength had been recognized, this was related to the survival of the Greyweed continent. Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsong, and the others did not call him over when they were discussing this matter. After all, he was just an outsider. Lu Yin was currently considering where he could learn the overlaying stacks Dao in Chongshan Dojo. He had been using 30 stacks for a long time and he had long wanted to improve on it. The atmosphere in Chongshan Dojo was gloomy and Lu Yin did not know who to ask. The overlaying stacks Dao was a technique that used strength and it should be very important to Chongshan Dojo. If he asked rashly, he would be suspected of spying on other people's battle techniques, which would be a little troublesome. Perhaps it would be better to let Hai Chi ask. At worst, he would pay a price. Lu Yin. A clear voice sounded from behind him. Lu Yin turned around. You're Lan Baobao? Lan Baobao smiled and walked up to Lu Yin. She extended her hand. Hello, I'm Lan Baobao. Lu Yin was curious. He rarely shook hands with others and this seemed to be the etiquette between ordinary people. However, he was not unfamiliar with it. He reached out to shake Lan Baobao's small hand, which was very soft and small. Just as he was about to let go, Lan Baobao suddenly increased her strength. Her originally soft and small hand became as hard as metal, and layers of strength exploded as she used 30 stacks in an instant. Lu Yin subconsciously used more strength, but he did not use the overlaying stacks Dao. However, his physical strength was too strong. Not only did he withstand Lan Baobao's 30 stacks grip, but he also hurt her. Lan Baobao gasped and cried out, ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Lu Yin let go and looked at Lan Baobao in amusement. Is this a greeting gift from the Great Mountain Dojo? Lan Baobao shook her right hand, revealing 5 distinct fingerprints that had almost crushed her bones. You're so strong. Lu Yin smiled. Is there anything else? Lan Baobao rubbed her right hand. I'm here to thank you for bringing Chi here safely. Lu Yin shrugged. It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought her here. I've heard many people say the same thing. Lan Baobao shook her head. I know Chi-Chi's temper. If you hadn't come, she would have crawled here on her own. Lu Yin smiled. At this moment, a shout sounded out. Lu Yin looked up and saw a man struggling to get up on the first piece of land. He was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. His face was pale and it was obvious that he was extremely weak. However, he was smiling very happily. He's a disciple of the Great Mountain Dojo. He's been cultivating for more than 10 years and he's finally reached the first piece of land. It's very difficult to reach 100 times gravity, but as long as he can reach it, he'll be able to comprehend 10 stacks. It'll be a qualitative leap in his strength and it'll be very important for him to stay alive in this critical moment. Lu Yin was curious. 10 stacks. Yeah, 10 stacks. Don't you know it too? I just wanted to see how many stacks you've mastered, but... Lan Baobao was speechless. She had tested him with all her might, but this person didn't even use 1 stacks. He had used his physical strength to suppress her. I can cultivate 10 stacks on the first piece of land? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Lan Baobao smiled. You're interested, aren't you? As long as you land on the first piece of land, there will be a fist imprint that contains the 10-stack strength path technique. You can train there. She then stared into his eyes, and he revealed an expectant expression. Lan Baobao continued, reach the 10th layer and there'll be a fist imprint that contains 100 stacks. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. 100 stacks. Can I give it a try? Lan Baobao nodded and replied seriously, that's exactly what I came here to tell you. You helped me teach Hong Ying a lesson and even brought Qiqi back. The Great Mountain Dojo will give you a chance, but whether or not you can reach the 10th layer is up to you. Don't force yourself. If you can't withstand the gravity, you'll either be injured or killed. Even Hai Dashao can only reach the 7th layer. Lu Yin was excited. Thanks for the advice, I'm going up. He then leapt up and charged towards the stone staircase that connected to the first piece of land. The only way to reach land was up the stairs. Lu Yin wasn't the only one at the top of the stairs. There were a few others climbing up at the same time. One of them was a young man called Tai San, and he had a crush on Lan Baobao. When he saw Lan Baobao shaking hands with Lu Yin, he immediately grew anxious, especially since the two had been holding hands for a long time. It made him burn with jealousy, and now that Lu Yin wanted to climb up, he wanted to show him who was boss and warn him to stay away from Lan Baobao. Be careful, Tai San warned in a low voice as he stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was confused. Careful of what? Stay away from Baobao or I'll make you unlucky, Tai San threatened. Lu Yin frowned, but before he could say anything, another person approached him. It was Hai Dashao, who gave Lu Yin a provocative look before walking up. Lu Yin was speechless. This guy wanted to compete with him? When Tai San saw Hai Dashao, he was surprised. Why was this guy here? He still remembered how Hai Dashao had been a guest at the Great Mountain Dojo and reached the 7th layer, shocking countless people. After all, Hai Dashao wasn't a pure-body cultivator, and reaching the 7th layer had been quite difficult. Even the young master had been surprised, but now he was here again. Did he have the confidence to reach the 10th layer? No one had paid any attention to Lu Yin's intrusion on land, but Hai Dashao was different. Not only had his appearance attracted the attention of the cultivators from the Heavy Mountain Dojo, but even the cultivators from other dojos, including those from the Starfall Sea. Chapter 884. Hai Qiqi saw Lu Yin and was about to call out to him, but Lan Baobao stopped her. Let's see how far he can go. You tricked him, right? Hai Qiqi asked with certainty. Lan Baobao replied, I only told him that the 10th floor has 100 stacks. Hai Qiqi rolled her eyes. What if he can't reach the 10th floor? Lan Baobao replied seriously, to thank him I'll ask my father to help him deduce 50 stacks or even 70 stacks. Hai Qiqi rolled her eyes and leaned over. Baobao, let's make a bet. I bet that he can reach the 10th floor. Lan Baobao's lips curled up. Oh. Hai Qiqi was stunned. Why? Do you also think that he can reach the 10th floor? Lan Baobao replied, that's impossible. No one can break my brother's record. Then that's fine. I bet that he can reach the 10th floor. Let's make a bet. No. Gambling is bad for your health. Baobao, you've changed. Lan Baobao did not believe that Lu Yin could reach the 10th floor, even though their handshake had made her feel that he was a Tyrannosaurus in human form. She also did not believe that he could reach the 10th floor. 1,000 times gravity was too much for an explorer, and the only explorer who could reach the 10th floor was her older brother, the divine fist of the 10 arbiters, Lan Si. Lu Yin stepped onto the stone steps, his pace fast. He did not walk up one floor at a time, but instead took large strides that allowed him to traverse more than 10 floors. Tai San followed closely beside him as he wanted Baobao to see how he could surpass this person. He knew that Baobao was watching this person closely. Hai Dashao was also beside Lu Yin, and his pace was the same as Lu Yin's. Although Elder Tong had told him that Lu Yin's current power level was unparalleled, he still felt that this person was relying on a secret technique. If Hai Dashao had a secret technique, he would definitely be stronger than this person. Now that he was trying to break through the gravitational landmass, he wanted to see just how far this person could go. Countless people looked up at Hai Dashao, marveling at his pace. Everyone thought that Lu Yin and Tai San were being led by Hai Dashao's pace, as they were not afraid of being pulled over. The first floor was easy to pass, and Lu Yin began to take large strides towards the second floor. Tai San and Hai Dashao still followed him closely, looking relaxed. One was in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings, and the other had been cultivating in Mount Chongshan Dojo since he was a child. His body was far stronger than people of the same realm, so the second floor was very easy. Next was the third level, where he took large strides forward. Soon the three of them overtook several groups of cultivators and ascended to the third level. Their speed was unprecedentedly fast. The spectators below were somewhat surprised. Who is that guy? Which one? The one sandwiched between Hai Dashao and Tai San is quite fast, he didn't fall behind at all. I don't know him. He should be from another dojo or the Starfall Sea. It doesn't matter. He won't be able to take it anymore. It won't be that easy for him to follow Hai Dashao. Just wait. If that guy wants to show off, I'll kill him right away. Among the spectators, there were some who had followed Dao Master Tsong through the void. Hearing the discussions of the people around them, their expressions were full of disdain. That person had even forced an imprinter to retreat. His strength was unfathomable, and he might even surpass Hai Dashao. Just you wait, your jaws will drop. The third layer's gravity was 300 times that of normal cruisers, which was the limit that a normal cruiser could withstand. Tai San was a cruiser and had trained his body since he was young. Even if he wasn't a peak cruiser, he could still withstand 300 times the normal gravity, and he could even challenge the fourth level. However, he was speechless as he watched Lu Yin and Hai Dashao stride forward. How was this possible? How could this guy walk like that? Tai San fell behind. That guy can actually keep up with Hai Dashao. Who is he? It's normal that you haven't seen him before. He's very powerful. He forced an imprinter to retreat on his way here and even killed an enlighter. What? He's that powerful. What's his name? I don't know. He calls himself Seventh Bro. I remember that the little princess of the Sea King's Dome always asks people to call her seventh sister. Could this guy be the son-in-law of the Sea King's Dome? I remember that the son-in-law of the Sea King's Dome was an unequaled Lamiter called Lu Yin a few years ago, not this guy. That guy disappeared a long time ago. I haven't heard any news about him in the past few years. He probably died a long time ago. Hai Chi had a strange expression on her face as she listened to the discussions. If Lu Yin revealed his true appearance at this moment, most of the jaws would drop. Tai San had fallen behind. To be more precise, ever since they had reached the third level, Lu Yin and Hai Dashao had continued to take large strides forward while Tai San had fallen behind. He had barely reached the stone staircase between the third and fourth level, but he had been unable to move any further. He had stared at Lu Yin's back as if he were some kind of monster. Hai Dashao had never paid any attention to Tai San, and he had been staring at Lu Yin the entire time. He could feel Lu Yin's breathing, heartbeat and footsteps, and he was a little shocked. This person's breathing had not even become hurried, and it seemed as if he was not exerting any effort at all. Lu Yin was indeed not exerting any effort at all. Even when he had been a Lamiter, he could still reach the fourth level, let alone now. Now that he had broken through to the Explorer realm and had gone through 3 cycles, his strength had increased by many times. He had no idea how far he could go. His physical strength was constantly increasing and his appearance was a little strange. His domain was also constantly growing stronger, but he had not told anyone about this. He felt as if his body had endless potential, and this potential was constantly erupting. It was very strange but also very satisfying. There were only a few people on the fourth level, far fewer than the 3 levels below. Almost all of those who could reach the fourth level were hunters. There was a soft thump as Lu Yin stepped onto the fourth level's landmass. His body felt much heavier than before as the gravity here was 400 times that of normal explorers. However, Lu Yin had easily stepped onto the fourth level. Beside him, Hai Dashao had also stepped onto the fourth level and he did not stop to rest. He headed straight for the 5th level, still taking large strides. Lu Yin chuckled and followed her. The people on the 4th level watched in astonishment. An explorer and a cruiser had surpassed all of them, and this step was just too large. Tai San had long since lost sight of the two. Below, countless people were watching and more people were learning about Lu Yin's battle record. They also realized that this person might not be any weaker than Hai Dashao. Even further away at the back mountain of Zhou Xian training ground, Dao Master Lon and the others were holding a meeting. There were more than 10 people present, and they were all from various training grounds. There were also some from the Starfall Sea. As Hai Dashao and Lu Yin stepped onto the 4th level, the crowd subconsciously looked over, but of course they did not pay much attention to them. They continued to advance with large strides. Hai Dashao wanted to shake Lu Yin off, so he took even larger strides. It could even be said that he was jumping, but Lu Yin did not fall behind at all, and his breathing was even. There were even fewer people on the 5th level, only 2 or 3. One of them just so happened to be at the entrance of the 5th level, and it looked like he had climbed up with great difficulty and was preparing to rest. Hai Dashao stepped onto the landmass, kicking up a cloud of dust that swept out in all directions. The person at the entrance frowned and waved his hand to disperse the dust. He snorted and was about to speak when Lu Yin stomped on the ground again, kicking up another cloud of dust. The person had just opened his mouth when the dust was blown into his mouth, and he coughed with an ugly expression. Lu Yin apologized and took large strides forward. The person was furious and wanted to chase after him, but his body could not move. The 500 times gravity made it difficult for him to even sit down, let alone chase. Only then did he realize that these two were taking such large strides. Could they not feel the gravity? Lu Yin did not have much of a reaction to the 500 times gravity, but Hai Dashao was starting to feel some pressure. He could pass through this level of gravity, but continuing to take large strides required a high level of physical strength, and he was starting to feel a little overwhelmed. Back when he had reached the 7th level, he had taken it one step at a time, but now he was climbing crazily. However, when he glanced at Lu Yin, Hai Dashao did not want to admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and continued to take large strides forward. There was only one person on the 6th level, and it was a woman. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows when he saw her, as there were very few women who had tempered their bodies. This woman was very strong and had probably reached the peak of the hunter realm. They were already on the 6th level, and for many hunters the 600 times gravity was very difficult to endure. More and more people looked at Hai Dashao and Lu Yin. The most eye-catching thing was that the two were still taking large strides forward. Second brother Hai can't hold on much longer, Lon Baobao said. Hai Chichi could tell as well. Many people could tell as well. As they climbed from the 6th level to the 7th, Lu Yin continued to take large strides while Hai Dashao gradually fell behind. The man wanted to persevere, but such large strides were too much for him to bear. Lu Yin suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Hai Dashao. Hai Dashao's eyes lit up. This brat can't hold on any longer? Do you want me to wait for you? Lu Yin asked kindly. Hai Dashao's face changed and he gritted his teeth. Let's go. He then took a step forward. Lu Yin smiled and took a step forward as well. Hai Dashao followed after him. There was a thump when Lu Yin stepped onto the 7th level's landmass. His entire body felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and there was a dull thud. He took a deep breath. It was so heavy. This was 700 times gravity, and it was indeed very heavy. Beside him, Hai Dashao had also stepped onto the 7th level. This was his second time reaching such a height. His strength had clearly improved since the last time he had been here, but it was even more tiring for him. The main reason was that he was taking large strides forward. He glanced at Lu Yin, who was actually holding on. Ordinary hunters could withstand a maximum of 1,000 times gravity, and those who could do so were usually peak hunters. Hai Dashao had been able to reach the 7th level as a cruiser, which meant that he had the strength to challenge hunters above his realms. In fact, he might even be able to challenge peak hunters. This was the strength that the 7th person on the top 100 rankings possessed. Everyone knew Hai Dashao's strength, and Lu Yin had truly shocked them. Even those who had heard of Lu Yin's accomplishments could not believe their eyes. At the back mountain of Zhou Xian training ground, Pathmaster Tsong looked at the gravitational landmass with admiration. If this kid doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely have a place in this universe in the future. Everyone looked over and was shocked. An explorer had actually reached the 7th level. When they had been explorers, they might not even have been able to reach the 5th level, let alone the 7th. Further behind, Pathmaster Lan's gaze was sharp as he stared at Lu Yin, as if he was looking at another Lan Si. Chapter 885. Hai Dashao thought that Lu Yin would take a break or slow down when he reached the 7th level. However, he was quickly stunned. Lu Yin smiled at him and then continued forward at the same speed as he had on the previous 6 levels. Hai Dashao subconsciously followed, but his body was under 700 times the normal gravity, and it felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. He could not follow Lu Yin as closely as he had before. Lu Yin waved a hand. "See you later." Hai Dashao was furious and stepped forward with a grunt. He had improved a lot since the last time he had been here. Last time he had been unable to move after reaching the 7th level and had been forced to wait at the entrance. This time he could move, but that was only after he had used up a lot of his physical strength. But even if he could move, Lu Yin would still be running away. Hai Dashao did not want to admit defeat, but he had no choice. He could only watch as Lu Yin's figure moved further and further away. Eventually, Lu Yin climbed up the stone steps and disappeared from sight. Below, countless people were shocked. Hai Dashao was shaken off, but that guy can still climb so quickly. Is he even human? He's just an explorer, not an enlighter. How can he be so fast? Even the peak hunters of our Mount Heavy dojo can withstand 1,000 times the normal gravity, but they still have to walk slowly on the 7th level and adjust their physical strength. That guy must be crazy. He's too terrifying. No wonder he can withstand an imprinter's attack. Hai Chichi had long since been mentally prepared for this. Although she had not been with Lu Yin in the Outerverse, she had heard too many rumors about him. Most of what she had heard was that Lu Yin had defeated or killed an enlighter and so on. Even if he had relied on external items, she could guess that Lu Yin's strength was still extremely terrifying. Especially when he had faced Hong Ying, which had allowed her to clearly see Lu Yin's strength for the first time. His overwhelming strength had also allowed her to confirm that Lu Yin had surpassed Hai Dashao during the battle at the Sea King's Dome, where he had forced Granny Sly to retreat. She had felt her power at that time, so she had a clearer understanding of Lu Yin's strength. Beside her, Lan Baobao's eyes flickered with shock. Even though she had guessed it, she was still stunned when it happened. Lu Yin had actually surpassed Hai Dashao. Although climbing the gravitational landmass did not represent one's true power level, she was certain that this person had completely surpassed Hai Dashao and reached the top 5 of the top 100 rankings. Top 3. She didn't know, as she had never seen the true strength of the top 3. However, if Lu Yin could fight against an imprinter, then he had to be at least one of the top 3. Chichi, that Lu Yin only rose to prominence recently, right? Lan Baobao asked uncertainly. Hai Chichi didn't want to discourage her. From what she knew, Lu Yin had cultivated for less than 10 years and was a true genius. Perhaps once Big Brother Lan Si retires from the younger generation, he'll become a strong competitor for the 10 arbiters, Lan Baobao said. Hai Chichi looked up at Lu Yin. Wait for Brother Lan Si to abdicate? Hai Chichi didn't know why, but she felt that Lu Yin wasn't the kind of person who would wait for others to step down. It was more likely that he would squeeze one out. After shaking off Hai Dashao, Lu Yin's footsteps became slightly more stable. He could feel the pressure, and although it wasn't much, it meant that the gravity was approaching a threshold that he could withstand. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, including Dao Master Lan and the others. Unknowingly, he had become the most glorious person in the Great Mountain Dojo at this moment. When Lu Yin reached the 8th level, his expression became much more serious. 800 times gravity was indeed not simple. As he thought about it, he transferred the 3 grains of Fates and from his body, increasing his physical strength. The Fates and sealed his physical body, allowing it to slowly strengthen itself. Unfortunately, he had been using the grains of Fates and in his battles during this period, so it had not been very effective in strengthening his physical body. Although it wasn't much, it was still enough to stop his physical body from automatically strengthening. This incomprehensible, slow strengthening had accumulated over time, and it was very impressive. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have such terrifying physical strength as an explorer. Cultivation was one aspect, and the inexplicable development of his potential was another. When he had first become an explorer, his physical strength had been great, but it had still been impossible for him to fight against a hunter, and he had even needed to wear his universal armor. Now only a few years had passed, and he could rely on his physical strength to fight against enlighters whose power levels were below 200,000. He could even fight against imprinters. This kind of improvement was enough for others to dissect him and study him. Even Lu Yin himself wanted to study himself. Under 800 times gravity, Lu Yin no longer took large strides as he had before, and his footsteps were much slower than before. However, to many people his speed was still very fast. Previously he had been close to running, but now he was walking. Ever since Zhou Xian Dojo had been established, she was the first one to do what Lu Yin had done. Even enlighters would not zhongyang like Lu Yin when they first stepped onto these gravitational landmasses. Tai San went down as he wanted to see which floor Lu Yin would fall to if he walked so quickly. Tai San looked up and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He searched the 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor and even the 7th floor. He saw Hai Dashao but he did not see Lu Yin. Finally he saw Lu Yin on the 8th floor. When he saw Lu Yin he saw that Lu Yin was stepping onto the stone staircase that led to the 9th floor. Tai San's mind rumbled and he felt like he was dreaming. He pinched himself hard to make sure that it wasn't a dream. There was actually someone who could reach the 9th floor so quickly. Even an enlighter could not reach it so quickly. At this moment, Lu Yin had truly attracted everyone's attention, whether it was the disciples of Zhou Xian dojo or the other dojos. Even Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsong and the others were all looking at him. Under everyone's gazes, Lu Yin maintained a steady pace as he stepped onto the 9th floor. The pressure of 900 times the normal gravity made Lu Yin's breathing uneven. He adjusted his breathing and then walked forward. In front of him, a stout middle-aged man looked at him strangely. "Who are you?" Lu Yin replied, "I'm from the Starfall Sea." The middle-aged man was shocked. "You're just an explorer but you're actually able to reach the 9th floor. He carefully sized up Lu Yin. "Your body has been tempered and it once glowed." "7th bro, is he scolding you? Glowing? Only the dead can glow." The monkey shouted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he had indeed glowed before. Back in the space with the golden ocean, Mr. Mu had raised his physical strength to the true limit of the Limiter realm, and he had even needed 3 grains of fates and to suppress it. At that time, Lu Yin's body had glowed, which was a sign that his physical body had been upgraded. It was also that upgrade that had allowed him to survive in the universe while still a limiter, allowing him to adapt to the universe 1 realm ahead of time. Was that some sort of sign? If Lu Yin's body had glowed again when he was an explorer, did that mean that he had reached the limiter realm? Lu Yin walked forward step by step, but his pace was much slower than on the 8th floor. However, in everyone's eyes, being able to walk on the 9th floor in such a manner was already very abnormal. The middle-aged man watched as Lu Yin walked past him and sucked in a breath of cold air. The image of a youth who looked down on the world suddenly appeared in his mind. This person might even surpass the 10 arbiters in the future. At the back mountain of Zhongshan Dojo, Dao Master Tsong looked at Lu Yin and suddenly spoke up. "Dao Master Lan, I remember that your son Lan Si reached the 10th floor when he was an explorer." The others were shocked and they all looked at Dao Master Lan. They knew that the divine fist of the 10 arbiters Lan Si had an extraordinary innate gift, but Zhongshan Dojo had always kept it a secret. Dao Master Lan looked deeply at Dao Master Tsong. "That's right." Dao Master Tsong was shocked. Youngsters these days are incredible. With formcast models they can save a lot of time and they've already surpassed the older generation. Before formcast models were invented, many youngsters with potential would accept the elders' blessing to save time. However, there were too few youngsters who could accept such blessings and too many geniuses were buried. Now, any youngster with even the slightest bit of talent can rely on formcast models to make a name for themselves. In a few decades the universe will change. A small old man sighed. It's already changed. The Youth Council of the past has become the 10 Arbiters Council, which represents the current authority. 10 youngsters with unparalleled power. Now that I see that kid, I can imagine that if we're still alive in 10 years he'll definitely replace us as the new 10 arbiters. From the 9th stone step to the 10th, Lu Yin had taken much longer than the previous steps combined. However, the amount of shock he caused was also more than the previous steps combined. Everyone looked at him. The 10th step was a threshold that no one else knew about. Only Mount Zhongshan Dojo or those who were familiar with the dojo knew that there was a fist imprint on the 10th step that contained 100 stacks. Not long after, Lu Yin stepped onto the stone steps that led to the 10th step and stopped. Everyone's eyes went wide. He couldn't hold on any longer? Lan Baobao's eyes widened and she unconsciously clenched her fists. She was more concerned about whether Lu Yin could reach the 10th step than anyone else. This was because her older brother, the current divine fist Lan Si, had reached the 10th step as an explorer. If Lu Yin could reach the 10th step, it would mean that he had reached her older brother's level. No, that wasn't right. Her older brother had been a peak explorer when he reached the 10th step and had only been one step away from becoming a cruiser. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had only gone through 3 cycles and was still 2 steps away. If he could reach the 10th step, then he would have surpassed her older brother. In the entire Greyweed continent, the Divine Fist Lan Si was special. He had the authority to judge and supervise all of the younger generation in the Starfall Sea, and he could recruit any disciple from any dojo to follow him. This was not limited to Mount Zhongshan Dojo, but to the people of the Greyweed continent, Lan Si was their pride. In particular, Mount Zhongshan Dojo revered Lan Si as a god. Only a god could achieve what he had, and Lan Baobao agreed with this sentiment. Now, Lan Si's achievements were about to be broken, and she did not wish for her older brother's achievements to be broken. The other disciples from Mount Zhongshan Dojo fell silent as they stared at Lu Yin. Many of them knew about Lan Si's cultivation, and they knew that he had reached the 10th step as a peak explorer. None of them wished for anyone to break this record. Lu Yin stopped and adjusted his breathing before walking towards the 10th step by step. His steps were slow, but they were steady. Countless disciples from Mount Zhongshan Dojo hoped that Lu Yin would not be able to hold on and break Lan Si's record. Chapter 886. Lan Baobao regretted her decision, as she should not have told Lu Yin that he could climb the gravitational landmass. She had wanted to thank him and had even used the 100 stacks to tempt him to climb, just to see how far he could go. She had indeed wanted to ask her father to help this person deduce the limits of overlaying stacks, but she had never imagined that this person could reach the 10th level. It was impossible. As Lu Yin got closer and closer to the 10th level, he could already see it. Haida Xiao left the 7th level and arrived at the bottom. He panted heavily as he landed. The 7th level was not his limit and he could reach the 8th, but he wanted to see which level Lu Yin had reached. He looked up and his pupils shrank. The moment he saw Lu Yin stepped onto the 10th level's landmass. The dust on the ground turned into a whirlwind that blew through Lu Yin's slightly long hair. His lips curled up. He could endure the 1,000-fold gravity. At this moment, Mount Zhongshan Dojo was silent. Everyone stared blankly, especially the disciples of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, who were even more incredulous. Lan Baobao closed her eyes. This person had broken her elder brother's record. This was the 2nd time. This person had broken her elder brother's record in the Astral Combat Academy, and now he had broken her elder brother's record in the Great Mountain Dojo. This person was too terrifying. Hai Chichi was shocked as well, but she was also excited. Hai Daxiao was bitter. He could only reach the 8th level at most, and it was impossible for him to reach the 9th. As for the 10th level, he would need to be at least a peak cruiser or even a hunter. That brat was just an explorer. Dao Master Lan looked away. Continue the discussion. Dao Master Tsang's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yin. If not for the war, he would have definitely taken this person as a disciple. This brat would be the next Lan Si. He was not the only one who thought this way. The other Dao Masters thought the same. Perhaps even Dao Master Lan thought the same. However, Dao Master Lan knew Lu Yin's true identity. He was from the Sea King's Dome and his son-in-law. He was destined not to belong to the Great Mountain Dojo. The next arbiter was from the Sea King's Dome. The 1,000-fold gravity on the 10th level made it difficult for Lu Yin to even move. He saw a fist imprint deep into the wall in the distance, and there were a few people around it. They were all wearing the training uniforms of the Great Mountain Dojo, so they should be hunters from the dojo. When they saw Lu Yin, they were shocked, but they did not say anything. He walked over to the wall and sat down cross-legged to recover his strength, less than 10 meters away from the fist print. Below him, the crowd no longer paid any attention to him. After reaching the 10th floor, it was impossible for this person to go any higher. The higher one's gravity tolerance, the stricter the requirements on one's body. 1,000 times the normal gravity was a threshold that separated a peak hunter from an enlighter. Only ordinary cultivators who had reached the enlighter realm and whose bodies had undergone another metamorphosis would be able to withstand even higher gravity. Of course, cultivators who focused on refining their bodies or cultivators with exceptional innate gifts were exceptions. Lan Baobao retracted her gaze with a blank expression. She had a feeling that she had broken her big brother's record. Many disciples of Mount Zhongshan Dojo were distracted. Lan Si was their belief. Now that Lan Si's record had been broken, it was a huge blow to them. It was not something that others could understand. Hai Chichi did not understand and kept saying something to Lan Baobao, but Lan Baobao did not listen to a single word. After resting for a while, Lu Yin stood up on the 10th floor and walked over to the fist imprint. He raised his right fist and imprinted it into the imprint. In an instant, a strange force flowed through him, and he felt the same sensation he had felt when Astral Ten's mentors had deduced the overlaying stacks for him. He went from 2 stacks to 10 stacks, then to 30 stacks, then to 50 stacks and finally to 100 stacks. Lu Yin's right arm trembled slightly and he unconsciously took a few steps back. This was 100 stacks. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clenched his right fist and began to cultivate. Going from 30 stacks to 100 stacks was a qualitative leap. He believed that once he completely grasped 100 stacks, he would not be so miserable when he faced Mr. E again. To the northwest of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, tens of thousands of cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle in an open swamp. In the sky, an old man shouted with a miserable expression. Across from him, a 6th mainland powerhouse appeared with a cold expression. He activated his martial imprint and sent the old man into the swamp with a thump. Pathmaster gone, I'll give you a chance to surrender, the 6th mainland powerhouse said condescendingly. Within the swamp, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. I've roamed the Greyweed continent for my entire life, and I don't even know how to spell the word surrender. Just as he finished speaking, a red dot appeared on his forehead. Fresh blood flowed out from the red dot and the old man collapsed into the swamp, completely dead. Across from them, Granny Sly walked out. No need for nonsense. Kill. Beside her, Hong Ying's expression was grim. She leapt up and brandished her spear, killing several cultivators with a single strike. Compared to when she had been at the Sea King's dome, she was even colder now. There was a bone-chilling coldness in her eyes, and it was clear that her resentment was not light. She had been buried in the ground by Lu Yin and Hai Chi for several days, so she was in a rather bad mood. To the southwest of Mount Zhongshan Dojo was a mountain forest. A floating continent had appeared in the sky, and there were countless Tong family cultivators on it. Below, tens of thousands of Greyweed continent cultivators despaired. They had already abandoned the dojo and retreated towards Mount Zhongshan Dojo, but they had still been caught up. Tong Zhan shouted and countless Tong family cultivators leapt down. Tong Tong was among them. She was an explorer, but with her imprint and martial imprint, she was able to fight against a cruiser and even win. To the southeast of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, a group of Greyweed continent cultivators fled towards the dojo with panicked expressions. Behind them, several black figures quickly attacked. These Greyweed continent cultivators were terrified, as these black figures were all corpses. Very quickly, this group of cultivators died. A youth with a cold expression rushed over. His face was pale as he coldly looked at the corpses on the ground. His words were completely different from his expression. Why are you all dead? No way, you all died so miserably. I didn't plan on killing you. You must have been scared to death. Wait, scared to death? Are there ghosts? I'm so scared. Actually, I just wanted to ask for directions. Right, do you know where Mount Zhongshan Dojo is? Oh, you're all dead. It's really scary. You're all dead, so is there anyone alive? Just answer me. I'm a kind person and some people say that I talk too much. What can I do if I don't speak to the dead? If I don't speak, then no one will speak. It's very awkward if I don't speak. Around Mount Zhongshan Dojo, the dojos that had not been taken down were lost one by one. The Flying Horse Villa's experts had joined in, and with the Tong family's full force, they wanted to take over the entire Greyweed continent. 10 days later, on the 10th floor of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, Lu Yin raised his right fist and punched at the empty space. Countless sonic booms were heard, transforming into visible waves that distorted the void. Many people around him were shocked. This is 50 stacks. He comprehended it so quickly. Lu Yin retracted his right arm. 50 stacks was much more powerful than 30 stacks, but it was not enough. He continued. He was comprehending overlaying stacks on the 10th floor and did not see a familiar person coming to Mount Zhongshan Dojo. It was Zhang Dingtian, who was now Lan Dao. Taishin Dojo had been destroyed and Zhang Dingtian had managed to escape. It took him more than 10 days to reach Mount Zhongshan Dojo. He was not the only one. Many cultivators from the Greyweed continent had gathered at Mount Zhongshan Dojo in large groups or scattered groups. Mount Zhongshan Dojo was now the Greyweed continent's last hope. Zhang Dingtian was the only survivor of Taishin Dojo, and he was also the one who had restarted it. His arrival attracted the attention of Lan Dao Master and the others. After reporting the situation of Taishan Dojo to Lan Dao Master and the others, Zhang Dingtian met Lan Baobao, who was staring at the gravitational land. Lan Dao, you're still alive? Lan Baobao was shocked. This person had been valued by her brother Lan Si when he had first arrived in the Greyweed continent. Back then he had been very weak and Lan Baobao did not understand why her brother had valued him. Not only had he given him the title of Lan Dao, but he had also thrown him into the abandoned Taishan dojo. Reality had proven that her brother had a good eye. This person had obtained the Taishan dojo's inheritance, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He had even surpassed Lan Yu. Among the younger generation of Mount Zhongshan dojo, this person was second only to Lan Si and herself. Zhang Dingtian nodded. I'm the only survivor of Taishan dojo. Lan Baobao was dejected and she looked up at the gravitational land again. Zhang Dingtian did not say anything else and walked towards the gravitational land. Every time he came to Mount Zhongshan dojo he would step onto the gravitational land and cultivate diligently. Lan Baobao suddenly thought of something. Lan Dao, do you remember that Lu Yin you met at the Sea King's dome during the Sea King's son-in-law selection? Zhang Dingtian's eyes widened and he looked at Lan Baobao. Why are you asking about him? Lan Baobao did not notice Zhang Dingtian's abnormality and she asked, was he really just a Lemiter back then? Zhang Dingtian nodded. Yes. What do you think of his innate gift? Zhang Dingtian frowned. Why are you asking about him? Lan Baobao had a complicated look in her eyes and she pointed at the 10th level. He's right there. Zhang Dingtian was shocked and his eyes flashed with joy. He looked at the 10th level and then he was shocked. He had already broken through to the Explorer realm, and his strength had improved rapidly over the past few years. However, because the Tong family had isolated him from the Starfall Sea, his accomplishments had not been publicized. Otherwise, he would have been conferred the title of general. Zhang Dingtian believed that he had improved greatly, but even so he had only reached the 5th level, which was slightly worse than Lan Baobao's. In terms of strength he was comparable to someone in the top 40 of the top 100 rankings, which was already a huge improvement. Zhang Dingtian had cultivated for less than 10 years, but Lu Yin had actually reached the 10th level. That was the 10th level and Zhang Dingtian knew of Lan Si's record. Since ancient times, Lan Si was the only explorer who had ever reached the 10th level of the Zhishan dojo. He was viewed as the idol of countless disciples, and Zhang Dingtian was similarly shocked by Lan Si's record. He had admitted that it was impossible for him to achieve such a feat, but Lu Yin had actually done it. What's his current strength? Zhang Dingtian asked, his voice dry. Lan Baobao sounded depressed. Explorer, 3 cycles. Zhang Dingtian exhaled deeply and suddenly laughed. Lan Baobao was confused. What are you laughing at? Zhang Dingtian raised his head. After being separated from him for so long, I almost forgot that he's a genius that far surpasses us. He can't be judged by a normal person's standards. He then looked at Lan Baobao. In the future we'll use the standards of the 10 arbiters to measure him. Brothers, 2019 is here. I wish all of you success in your careers in the new year. Make more money and give more tips to Sui Feng. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you for your support over the past year. I'll update again at 5 p.m. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 887. Hearing Zhang Dingtian's words, Blue Baby raised his eyebrows. Are you close to him? Zhang Dingtian nodded and did not hide anything. He had already told Lan Si about his experiences. Changing his name to Lan Si was his own idea. The name Zhang Dingtian represented the hopes of countless people on Earth. It was a synonym for invincibility. He hoped that one day in the universe he would be able to be like Earth and protect the people he wanted to protect. Then he would change his name back to Zhang Dingtian. You. Blue Baby wanted to say something else, but a loud alarm sounded. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they looked towards the west. The enemy was attacking. The Great Mountain Dojo was located at the very center of the Greyweed continent. Attacks from the 6th mainland were not very frequent, but they did happen occasionally. Every time there was an enemy attack, the alarm would sound. Zhang Dingtian and Lan Baobao rushed out without hesitation. At the same time, Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsong, and the other Dao Lords tore through the void and headed to the Chongshan Dao field. The fierce wind swept through the world. turning into an unparalleled pressure that forced Zhang Dingtian and the others back before they even reached the Chongshan gymnasium. In the sky, Mr. Yi's expression was gloomy, and he swept his gaze across the countless people in the Triple Mountain Plaza. He wanted to find the person who had infuriated him, as a mere explorer had actually forced him to retreat. This was unforgivable. Beside Mr. Yi was Granny Sly, Elder Yuan and the other enlighters. "Today we'll destroy Mount Zhongshan Dojo," Mr. Yi said in a low voice. His figure disappeared, and when he reappeared he directly tore open the void and forced Sect Master Lon and the others out. Daolord Lon raised his hands and pressed down with both palms. The sky cracked as layers of pressure descended. Such a terrifying force was controlled by Daolord Lon within 200,000 combat power. Even an enlighter with a power level close to 300,000 would be wary of such a palm strike, but Lon Daolord's control of it, which was only at a power level of 200,000. Mr. E snorted and raised his palm as well. With a bang, a huge crack stretched across the sky above the Chongshan dojo, as if the sky had been torn open. Dao Lord Song roared as 9-lined battle force appeared on his body. He transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant ape and slapped at Granny Sly. Granny Sly's pupils constricted and she took a few steps back. Elder Yuan tried to block Dao Lord Song's attack, but he was sent flying and smashed into the mountains. Granny Sly casually shot out her shadowless crafty needles. The shadowless crafty needles that were filled with poison shot into Song Dao Lord's body. However, it did not affect Song Dao Lord. Granny Sly frowned. This sort of thick-skinned person was the type of opponent that she did not want to face. This person did not use star energy at all and relied solely on his physical strength, which was very troublesome. "Granny Sly, leave this person to me." Behind her, the first elder who had destroyed the Taishan dojo, walked out and tapped his feather fan lightly. He looked weak, but he forced Dao Lord Song to retreat more than 10 steps. After all, Dao Master Song hadn't reached the level of an emissary yet, so he was still slightly weaker than an imprinter. Fortunately, he could rely on his innate gift, the chief monkey, and his 9-lined battle force to hold on. Elder Tong and a dozen other Dao Lords were fighting against the cultivators of the 6th mainland in the sky. This time, the 6th mainland had sent 3 imprinters and they could not be considered weak. If not for celestial phenomenon suppressing everyone's combat power below 200,000, Mount Chong Dojo would not have been able to hold on. Even so, this battle was abnormally miserable. More than half of the Dao Lords had died and Dao Lord Lon had been severely injured. One of Dao Lord Song's arms had been severed, and Elder Tong was in a sorry state. As for the other disciples, their losses were not too great. The ones who had attacked Mount Chong Dojo had all been experts, and even Hong Ying had not participated in the battle. Rather than calling it a battle, it was more accurate to call it a test. The 6th mainland was probing Mount Chong Dojo's foundations, and the next battle would truly be one of extermination. Lu Yin was immersed in comprehending the overlaying stacks path and was unaffected by the battle. No one disturbed him either. Half a month later he opened his eyes. At this moment his comprehension of the overlaying stacks path had already reached the 70th layer. It was not that he did not want to continue comprehending the overlaying stacks path, but that he had been disturbed. Everyone had to leave Mount Chong Dojo. This place had been abandoned. Lu Yin had also learned of the battle that had taken place half a month ago, and he felt some lingering fear and regret. If he had known that Mr. E would be participating, he would have lent the stench to Dao Lord Lon. Even if Mr. E had been prepared, he would still have been disgusted. He just did not know if Dao Lord Lon would have been able to take it. More than 200,000 cultivators had taken refuge in Mount Chong Dojo, and the place was densely packed with people. Lu Yin leaped off the gravitational landmass and was just about to look for Hai Chi-Chi when he suddenly saw a familiar face in his domain. Zhang Dingtian. He was delighted to see that Zhang Dingtian was still alive. Zhang Dingtian also saw Lu Yin and he was delighted. "So, you're still alive." Lu Yin smiled as he faced Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian was happy as well, as he had met an old friend in a foreign land, especially during a time of war. His gloomy mood immediately brightened when he saw Lu Yin. "Long time no see." Lu Yin looked at Zhang Dingtian. "You're very strong. I can't compare to you. Only Lan Si has ever been able to step onto the 10th layer as an explorer," Zhang Dingtian exclaimed. Lu Yin was astonished. "Lan Si of the 10 Arbiters?" Zhang Dingtian nodded. I didn't get a chance to ask you the last time at the Sea King's Dome. I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time. How did you get to the Greyweed continent? Lu Yin asked, confirming Hu Qingshan's words. Back then, Hu Qingshan had said that someone from the Hidden Earth organization had taken Zhang Dingtian and the others away. Zhang Dingtian shook his head. I don't know. I woke up on the Greyweed continent. You don't remember anything? Nope. Then forget it. It's good that you're still alive. Do you know where Bai Shui, Susan and Saruzan are? Lu Yin shook his head. After chatting for a while, Hai Chichi found Lu Yin along with Hai Dashao, Lon Baobao and the others. She told Lu Yin that they had to leave Mount Zhongshan Dojo immediately, but she didn't know where they were going. More than 200,000 cultivators were migrating, causing a huge commotion. Fortunately, these cultivators were all elites who had broken through the 6th mainland's encirclement, so they moved quickly. Lu Yin's group was in the middle of the group, and Zhang Dingtian told Lu Yin many things about the Greyweed continent along the way. Lu Yin also told Zhang Dingtian about the Outerverse and Earth. Earth was of no help to the current Zhang Dingtian, but he still asked about Earth the most. It was his home and the source of his bloodline. If I'm unlucky enough to die and you're still alive, do your best to bring my body to Earth for a proper burial, Zhang Dingtian said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded in silence. Hey, if you die, I'll do my best to send you to the Outerverse as well, Hai Chichi added as she looked at Lu Yin seriously. Lu Yin was speechless. Lon Baobao rolled her eyes. Zhang Dingtian glanced at Hai Chichi. This brat really knew how to talk. 7th bro, if I die dash. The monkey was cut off by Lu Yin before he could finish his sentence. Nonsense. The group quickly shuttled through the forest like a flood. At the front, Dao Masterland's expression was solemn, and he occasionally looked up at the sky. Dao Master Tsong was at the back with Elder Tong protecting him in the middle. There were also a few enlighters scattered among the cultivators. 2 days later, just as everyone was hurrying along as usual, Dao Master Lon suddenly stopped and raised his head. A crack appeared in the sky and Mr. E. Granny Sly, Mr. Da and many other experts from the 6th mainland appeared. There were at least 100 of them and the weakest of them were hunters. The most terrifying thing was that there were more than 20 of them who looked like enlighters. Kill. Mr. E waved his hand and many cultivators leaped down. Elder Yuan was at the front, and behind him were more than 20 enlighters. They turned into arrowheads and charged into the crowd of cultivators, leaving behind a trail of blood. Zhang Dingtian gripped his blade and slashed out. At the same time, countless blade lights flew into the sky from the cultivators. However, Mr. De casually shattered them and he took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already on the ground and his figure flickered as blood rained down. Granny Sly raised her hand and shadowless crafty needles rained down like rain. Dao Masterland's expression changed as there were too many shadowless crafty needles. He allowed her to attack as she pleased and in just a few rounds, everyone was dead. Dao Master Tsong transformed into a giant ape and slapped at Granny Sly again. Hai Dashao and Lon Baobao had already rushed out to fight against an enlighter. This enlighter was an expert in the way of the sword and he injured Lon Baobao with a single slash. Hai Dashao stabbed out with the Sea King's trident, but he was also forced back. Zhang Dingtian's blade slashed down. You overestimate yourself, the enlighter snorted. He lightly tapped his sword and every slash was aimed at the handle of Zhang Dingtian's blade. Not only was Zhang Dingtian unable to attack, but he couldn't even hold the blade steadily. No one could get close to him. The enlighter swordsman was cold and arrogant. As a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000, even if he suppressed it to 200,000, this group of people still couldn't deal with him. As Lu Yin thought about it, his sword suddenly slowed down, and streaks of sword shadows lingered in the void. A single slash caused countless people's scalps to go numb as they couldn't block this attack at all. There was a whoosh as Lu Yin passed through the crowd and slapped out with his palm. At the same time, his pupils transformed into runes that flickered. The enlighter swordsman suddenly paused as he felt his strength mysteriously weaken. Before he could think about it, Lu Yin's palm approached him. You're courting death. There was a whoosh as countless sword shadows tore through the void and slashed towards Lu Yin. These sword shadows were too fast and almost transparent, making it impossible to dodge them. However, Lu Yin wasn't looking at the sword shadows, but rather the rune lines. He narrowly avoided all of the sweeping rune lines and struck the Enlighter swordsman's body with his palm. It was cold and hard to the touch. It was the edge of a sword. The Enlighter's reaction was extremely fast, and even though Lu Yin had been caught off guard and weakened, he still managed to use his sword to block in front of him. 70 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. Lu Yin barked. There was a thump, and the Enlighter swordsman only felt an enormous strength surge towards him along with overlaying stacks. He almost lost his grip on his sword, and he subconsciously struck out with his martial imprint to reinforce his sword. His body was sent flying and his internal organs churned. Hai Dashao was shocked, as this was the first time he had seen Lu Yin fight with his own eyes. Even if they joined forces, they still couldn't defeat a powerhouse, but Lu Yin had sent him flying with a single palm strike. This was even more shocking than climbing a gravitational field. This was also the first time that Lan Baobao and Zhang Dingtian had seen Lu Yin fight. His decisiveness and sharpness, his ability to advance and retreat, and his ruthlessness all represented a wealth of battle experience. I wish everyone good health in the new year and thank you for your support. I'll update at 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. Thank you for your support. Chapter 888. Zhang Dingtian had thought that he had plenty of experience fighting against the Sixth Mainland over the past few years, but he had not expected Lu Yin's battle experience to be on par with his. Lu Yin had even experienced a hopeless battle that even Dao Master Lan and the others could not imagine. Lu Yin panted slightly, as this sword expert was even more difficult to deal with than Elder Song. Fortunately, Lu Yin's reaction had been faster. Otherwise, that palm strike would have severely injured this person if not killed him. 200,000 cultivators were fighting against 100 from the Sixth Mainland, but they did not have the upper hand. This was not a matter of numbers. In the distance, the sword expert had been smashed into the ground, leaving behind a crater that was thousands of meters long. He was in an extremely sorry state, and more importantly, his hands were trembling. It was not because he was afraid but because he could not handle the force of the blow. He looked up and glared at Lu Yin as he had been sent flying by an explorer. If news of this spread back to the Sixth Mainland, he would no longer be able to show his face. He roared and leapt towards Lu Yin, but he was stopped halfway by a sturdy middle-aged man. This man was obviously an Enlighter, and it was obvious that he was from Mount Zheng Dojo. He caught the sword expert off guard and grabbed the sword's hilt. "I've been watching you for a long time." He roared and exerted force. The sword expert howled as his wrist was broken and his sword fell to the ground. In his fury, the Tong family's ancestors' imprint behind him became even clearer. He raised his hand and a small sword circled around his palm. With a whoosh, the middle-aged man was pierced through and blood flowed down his back. However, the ancestor did not let go. Instead, he punched the sword expert's abdomen, causing him to spit out blood. This was a lose-lose battle, and it all depended on who would die first. Similar scenes were playing out in many other places. In terms of power, the cultivators from the Greyweed continent were indeed much weaker than those from the Sixth Mainland. The suppression from the innate, imprint and martial imprints were too strong. Even if they were at the same level, only the best of the best could stand up to the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin was just about to help when Mr. Yi, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly attacked Dao Master Lan. Dao Master Lan had been on guard against Mr. Yi the entire time, but being on guard was one thing and whether or not he could defend himself was another. Mr. Yi's power far exceeded his own, and he had been heavily injured before. Dao Master Lan could not withstand the attack at all. "Uncle Lan can't hold on much longer." Bingo. Hai Chi shouted. Zhang Dingtian and Lan Baobao were confused. Lu Yin, what did that kind of battle have to do with him? He leapt up and waved his hand, causing the stench to appear as he activated the Yu secret art. Blue Dao Master spat out a mouthful of blood as he waved his palms around. His overlaying stacks, which far surpassed Lu Yin's, caused the void to collapse as it enveloped the entire area. Mr. Yi was like a falling leaf as he dodged all the palm imprints. He raised his hand and a huge martial imprint appeared in the sky. It covered the light as it pressed down on Dao leader Lan. This was the materialization of martial seals. Only those with extraordinary talent could do it. Ordinary cultivators of the martial progenitor domain could only rely on martial seals to increase their fighting strength. Only those who had a thorough understanding of martial seals could use martial seals to suppress everything. Previously, Dao Master Lan had been injured by the martial seal. Now that he was facing the martial seal again, his preparations over the past half a month were useless. He was still unable to block it. Just as Mr. Yi was about to suppress Dao Master Lan, something fell into his hands. Mr. Yi's expression changed as an indescribable stench filled the air. His face paled as his martial seal disappeared. "Bastard, it's you again." Mr. Yi roared as he scanned the area and spotted Lu Yin. Lu Yin was a little embarrassed as it was a little too much to take something like that out on such a serious battlefield. However, when he saw Mr. Yi's twisted expression, he felt a little strange. Lu Yin was Mr. Yi's nemesis. Dao Master Lan was confused and retreated 1,000 meters. He couldn't help but cover his nose. What was that smell? The stench quickly spread throughout the battlefield and many people couldn't help but look over to see what it was. Mr. Yi hurriedly shook it off and raised his hand again, causing the martial seal to appear above Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin smiled and casually waved his hand, using the Yu secret art to throw the stench at the martial seal. "Try it if you dare. I'll make sure you remember for the rest of your life that your martial seal was insulted by that thing." Mr. Yi instinctively dispelled the martial seal and glared at Lu Yin. He roared, "It's your turn now. Capture him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Lu Yin was on guard as this person had indeed come prepared for battle. Down below, a figure leapt out and faced the stench. The figure took a deep breath and a huge suction force sucked in everything in the air like a whale swallowing the sea, including the stench. Not only that, but the person's mouth also suddenly widened and he tried to bite down on the stench. His entire face deformed and he looked like a monster. This was a bloodline. Lu Yin was shocked as this person was not from the progenitor of combat realm, but rather from the progenitor of blood realm. 3 realms were attacking the Innerverse and one of them was the Black Blood realm. Lu Yin had no idea what bloodline this person had absorbed, but he had even dared to swallow such a stench. Lu Yin grew anxious. If he allowed this person to swallow the stench, then he would no longer have a weapon to deal with Mr. Yi. Who would be able to stop Mr. Yi then? That misophobic man would definitely skin Lu Yin alive. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. Lu Yin subconsciously gathered star energy in his right palm and threw a solitary sun at the Black Blood Realm expert's mouth. However, the solitary sun was blocked. This Black Blood Realm expert was an enlighter, and Lu Yin would not be able to defeat him in a short amount of time. Dao Master Lan and the rest also realized that they could not allow this person to absorb the stench and they all acted together. Lu Yin also used the Yu secret art and moved the stench away. However, Mr. Yi appeared behind the person and sneered at Lu Yin. If he tried to throw the foul object at Mr. Yi, it would be swallowed by him in a short amount of time. Lu Yin couldn't use the Yu secret art consecutively either. He needed time between uses. This was troublesome as Mr. Yi had actually found a way to deal with the stench. Even the stench in the air had been sucked away. "Brat, I'll make you wish you were dead," Mr. Yi declared as he stared coldly at Lu Yin. However, just as he spoke, the enlighter from the Black Blood realm suddenly vomited. Everyone stared blankly with strange expressions on their faces, and quite a few revealed looks of admiration. That stench was unbearable and this person had completely inhaled it. It would be strange if he didn't vomit. Mr. Yi's expression changed and he immediately retreated. As that person vomited, an even stronger stench spread out and it was unbearable. It was especially so when this stench seeped into one's brain, and it was impossible not to smell it. The atmosphere of the battlefield immediately changed as the Black Blood Realm expert fell to the ground in a daze. Quite a few people were terrified of that stench as it was just too smelly. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he could not stand the stench either. However, that did not matter as Mr. Yi was in an even worse state. At this moment, Mr. Yi's face was pale, and it was obvious that he had been severely injured. His entire body was trembling. "Mr. Yi, come on. Let's fight to the death." Lu Yin shouted as he waved the stench around and charged forward. Dao Master Lan and the rest hurriedly retreated. Half a month ago he had heard that Lu Yin had forced Mr. Yi to retreat, but he had not taken it to heart. Anyone who had cultivated to Mr. Yi's level would not be defeated by the same method twice. Now, however, his thoughts had changed. This Lu Yin was truly mysterious as he even possessed such a thing. Even Dao Master Lan would not be able to stand the stench, let alone someone like Mr. Yi who was obsessed with cleanliness. The stench was so strong that it could affect an envoy-level powerhouse, and it could even cause an enlighter to faint. It was definitely not an ordinary stench. Mr. E retreated 10,000 meters, but that was not enough. He continued to retreat and then some more. Every time he retreated, Lu Yin would take a step forward. In any case, Lu Yin was chasing after Mr. E. Countless people were dumbfounded. Was Lu Yin chasing after an imprinter? And Mr. E was an imprinter who had surpassed Dao Master Lan. At this moment, Lu Yin seemed to be glowing. Without Mr. Yi's pressure, Dao Master Lan was able to attack the other 6th mainland powerhouses, and the situation instantly changed. Although Mr. E was not able to defeat all of the 6th mainland's powerhouses, the crisis had been alleviated. Granny Sly and Mr. E wanted to stop Lu Yin and deal with the stench, but Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsong and the rest stubbornly blocked them. More than 200,000 cultivators watched as Lu Yin chased after Mr. E. This strange scene and the stench made them feel that it was absurd. Finally, Mr. E escaped. He could not stand the stench, and the feeling of Lu Yin using the secret art to throw that thing at him from time to time was worse than death to him. When the other 6th mainland's powerhouses saw Mr. E leave, they no longer had any intentions of fighting to the death. With Granny Sly and Mr. E covering the rear, they all retreated, leaving behind dozens of corpses. As for the Greyweed Continent's cultivators, even more had died. More than 200,000 people were useless, as human wave tactics were useless against such an expert. Lu Yin returned and placed the stench into his cosmic ring as if it were a treasure. He calmly looked into the distance. Mr. E, I look forward to your return. Perhaps Lu Yin had truly frightened Mr. E this time, as no one from the 6th mainland stopped them for the next few days, and they successfully arrived outside the Skyfire arena. Heat waves assaulted their faces and everything in front of them was distorted by the high temperature. The ground was red, or perhaps it was no longer red, but after being burned for so long, it had turned into red soil. Many cultivators below the Melder realm would jump up and down when they walked on this land. As far as the eye could see, everything was red. This is the Skyfire arena of the Greyweed Continent, second only to the Zhou Xian arena. When the 6th mainland invaded the Greyweed Continent, all 72 arenas were in danger. Only a few managed to hold on, and the Skyfire arena is one of them. The Skyfire arena's master, Tianyanzi, used the underground fire to burn an imprinter from the Grand Martial realm to ashes. Tianyanzi is a super powerhouse on the Greyweed Continent at the same level as Dao Master Lan, Zhang Dingtian introduced. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Underground fire? He had been searching for such a powerful fire for a long time, and the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance had been searching for it as well, but they had not been able to find it. He had never thought that the Greyweed Continent would actually have a Skyfire arena. Although celestial phenomenon suppressed the power of the same origin with a power level of over 200,000, this kind of environment was not included. It was very mysterious, like a secret technique. Progenitors had the power to reverse everything, but once someone used this kind of environment to attack, even if their power level exceeded 200,000, they would still be wiped out by celestial phenomenon. Tianyanzi had used the underground fire to burn an imprinter, so his power level definitely did not exceed 200,000. Otherwise he would have been wiped out. The temperature of the underground fire was absolutely terrifying. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 889. Lu Yin's eyes blazed as he looked down at the terrifying number of rune lines hidden beneath the ground. What's that? Suddenly a pair of eyes opened and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin retreated a few steps, his scalp turning numb. He had just been seen, and the gaze had come from a super powerhouse underground. Could that person be Tianyanzi? There was a whoosh as the ground in the distance churned and a fire dragon soared into the sky, roaring as it spat out flames that shook the void. The 200,000 cultivators who had migrated over stared at the fire dragon in shock. Was it a real dragon or a fake? The heat waves emitted by the fire dragon's roar turned into visible red ripples that swept across many cultivators. Then many of the cultivators' clothes were burned, and among them most of them were women. Screams rang out one after another, followed by curses. Hai Chichi was protected by Hai Dashao, and she stared at the fire dragon warily. Lan Baobao was not surprised. Lu Yin had a strange expression. What was the meaning of this? The fire dragon raised its head and spat out flames once more, causing the temperature to rise sharply. Evil creature, why haven't you retreated yet? A stern voice resounded through the skies, dispersing the high temperature. Many cultivators looked at the fire dragon strangely. The fire dragon let out a roar. It was clearly mighty, but it also felt wronged. Retreat. Another stern voice rang out. The fire dragon reluctantly circled around in the sky and then charged back underground. A middle-aged man in fiery red robes had appeared in the sky at some point. Even his hair was fiery red and seemed to be on fire. This person was Xianxia. This evil creature is naughty and has frightened everyone, Xianxia said apologetically. The women whose clothes had been burned were furious, but they did not dare to say anything. This was the Heavenly Fire Dojo, and they were facing the Heavenly Fire Dao Master, who was second only to Dao Master Lan in the Greyweed continent. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to suppress their dissatisfaction. Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsong, and the rest flew out and conversed with the Heavenly Fire Dao Master. The rest of the cultivators were led into the Heavenly Fire Dojo one by one. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the sky. That gaze had not been from the Heavenly Fire Dao Master, and he felt that something was wrong. There was still a terrifying powerhouse in this dojo. Chi-Chi, where are you going? Lan Baobao shouted. In the distance, Hai Dashao, Hai Chi-Chi and Elder Tong were all heading in the same direction. Lu Yin looked over and a thought flashed through his mind. He knew who that gaze belonged to, the Sea King. There was no mistaking it, as Hai Dashao and the others were heading in the direction that the gaze had come from. Such a terrifying gaze could only belong to the #1 expert of the Starfall Sea, the Sea King. He really couldn't figure out why the Sea King was hiding in the Heavenly Flame Dojo. Brother Zhang, do you know where the Sea King is? Zhang Dingtian shook his head. Everyone is looking for the Sea King, but no one has been able to find him. No one knows where he is. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Even Zhang Dingtian and the others had been kept in the dark, so only Hai Dashao, Elder Tong, the Skyfire Dao Master, and the Blue Dao Master knew about this. The Sea King was plotting something, and this ploy was aimed at the 6th mainland. Hope suddenly rose in his heart. Perhaps he was not facing a completely hopeless situation. That perverted dragon is really annoying. I remember coming to the Heavenly Flame Dojo with Master more than 10 years ago and experiencing the same thing. A woman angrily whispered into his ear. Beside her, a cultivator smiled bitterly. That perverted dragon is considered a specialty of the Heavenly Flame Dojo. It was born from underground fire, and the Heavenly Flame Dao Master relied on its strength to protect the dojo. That doesn't mean that it can insult us. It really isn't. I don't know where that perverted dragon learned it from, but it likes to burn clothes, especially women's clothes. Everyone, please don't take offense. After all, it's a spirit of the earthly fire, not a human. It's not, perverted, a disciple awkwardly explained. A sneer sounded from an older cultivator. Don't bother explaining. That fire dragon isn't the culprit. It's another perverted dragon. Forget it, you won't know even if I told you. Quite a few people pestered him. The older cultivator hesitated for a moment before continuing. A few decades ago, the Heavenly Flames Daoist master saved a sylvan dragon during his travels in the Starfall Sea. He brought it back and allowed the sylvan dragon to settle down here. From then on, the fire dragon changed. The fire dragon used to be very pure, but it became like this because of that scum sylvan dragon. Many of the Heavenly Flame Dojo's disciples were embarrassed, but they could not quibble. More and more cultivators learned the reason, and they all asked where the sylvan dragon was, wanting to teach it a lesson. However, when they learned that the dragon had the strength of an enlighter, they all cowered. Lu Yin was astonished, as he had not expected that there would be a sylvan dragon here. He had been friends with the dragons for a long time, but they had always been enemies. From Astral 10's entrance exam to the Astral Combat Tournament, he had beaten up quite a few sylvan dragons, so most of them had probably heard of him. Just as Lu Yin was about to search for the dragon's rune lines, he heard a familiar voice. Lu Yin, come here. Lu Yin was startled, as he could tell that it was the Sea King's voice. He had indeed met the Sea King's gaze. The Sea King was located at the entrance to the Heavenly Flame Dojo's training ground. When Lu Yin arrived, he could vaguely see a fire dragon swimming through the magma in a carefree manner. Not far from the magma, there were quite a few rune lines in a red tunnel, including Hai Dashao, Hai Chi-Chi and Elder Tong's rune lines. There were also Dao Master Lon, Dao Master Tsong, the Heavenly Flame Dao Master, and a few others, as well as the Sea King's rune lines. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he entered the tunnel under the fire dragon's ferocious gaze. The surrounding temperature was so high that even the void distorted. Even a typical hunter would not be able to withstand this heat, and Hai Chi had probably relied on the Sea King's protection to enter this place. Lu Yin followed the flow of magma and arrived at a spacious hall. It was empty, and only the Sea King and the others were standing there quietly as if they were waiting for him. This was the first time that Lu Yin had seen the Sea King's rune lines. Back at the Sea King's dome, he had almost been blinded by the rune lines, and he had not dared to look at them. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior Sea King, Lu Yin said respectfully. The Sea King looked at Lu Yin solemnly. You should not have let Chi come to the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin was unhappy. Why was everyone saying that? Elder Tong Haidashao Lon Baobao and now the Sea King. However, even though he was unhappy, he did not dare to lose his temper. This was the Sea King, not Haidashao. He had originally thought that the Sea King was at most an emissary on the same level as the Arrow Mountain ancestor, but that exchange of glances had made him feel that the Sea King's strength might even surpass Mr. Yi's. This was the true strength of the Starfall Sea's #1 person. He was indeed an emissary, but there was a huge difference in their power levels. 500,000 emissaries were emissaries, while 790,000 were emissaries. Father, how can you say that? I already told you that I don't blame him, Hai Chi said unhappily as she pestered the Sea King. The Sea King had not seen his beloved daughter for a long time and his heart ached. His expression softened. All right, I don't blame him. Hai Chi was satisfied and she glanced at Lu Yin proudly. Lu Yin was speechless, but he decided that if something like this happened again in the future, he would not be a good person. Seventh bro, your father-in-law's family is bullying you and even I can't stand it anymore. Don't worry, I'll help you scold them to death. The monkey laughed. Lu Yin was helpless as he had the urge to take out something stinky and smash the Sea King's face. He looked around and suddenly his gaze landed on a youth. Aside from Hai Dashao and Hai Chi, there was only one other youth in the entire cavern. He was standing in a corner with his back against a boiling hot wall, looking at Lu Yin with interest. This person was handsome and had a smile on his face. He was dressed in the uniform of the Chongshan Training Hall, and there was nothing else about him other than his handsomeness. However, Lu Yin was attracted by his gaze, which was filled with a condescending gaze and boundless self-confidence. There was also an indescribable feeling like anticipation, or perhaps provocation. For some reason, Lu Yin immediately knew who this person was. He was one of the 10 arbiters, the Divine Fist, Lan Si. In the entire Greyweed continent, he was the only person in the younger generation who could exchange blows with an imprinter and escape unscathed. In the current Innerverse, the highest title was bestowed upon an arbiter. Someone must have wanted to use the 10 arbiters' name to attract the younger generation to compete for it. After all, the 10 arbiters were too famous. However, the 10 arbiters had not retreated, and even in terms of battle achievements, they were still the 10 arbiters. Only they could do what others could not. Lan Si was one of them, and he was the first arbiter that Lu Yin had come into contact with. Of the 10 arbiters, Lan Si was the first to contact Lu Yin, and he had the deepest impression of Lan Si. Their cultivations were also very similar. Lu Yin's gaze made him forget everything else around him. The 10 arbiters' influence on the younger generation was too great. If progenitors were the gods of all cultivation systems, then the 10 arbiters were the gods of the Innerverse and Outerverse younger generation. They were legends that could not be surpassed. Lu Yin had shaken the Innerverse because he had tied Lan Si's record in the Astral Combat Academy. He had also caused a stir in the Level Mountain Dojo because he had surpassed Lan Si's record. The 10 arbiters were a benchmark that differentiated innate talent and also differentiated the past from the present. Before the 10 arbiters, no one had ever reached their level at their age, at least not in historical records. Lan Si was very interested in Lu Yin as this person seemed to have come specifically to challenge his record. This was the case in both the Astral Combat Academy and the Level Mountain Dojo. How interesting. Magma dripped down from above, but Lan Si caught it and waved his hand, causing it to shoot towards Lu Yin. Everyone saw this, but they did not stop him. Lan Si's influence was not limited to the younger generation. Even a powerhouse like the Sea King had to respect him. The drop of magma seemed ordinary, but the closer it got to Lu Yin, the more oppressive the void became. This feeling shocked many of the Dao lords. Hai Dashao's pupils shrank as he stared at the drop of magma. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy, and he could see that the drop of magma contained very few rune lines. However, it contained a power that could explode at any moment. This was the path of overlaying stacks. He did not know how many stacks this drop of magma contained, so he could only raise a hand and grab it. Fourth update, Sui Feng has done his best. I wish all my brothers a happy new year. Well, to be more specific, make a lot of money. If you're still single, you'll be able to marry the goddess of your heart. Sui Feng would like to thank everyone for their support over the past year. Thank you. The path of star treading is still very long. Sui Feng wants to walk down this path with all my brothers. I won't abandon you, I won't give up. Chapter 890. His palm wind transformed into 10 stacks that swept across the magma, but the magma did not stop at all. 10 stacks also appeared to cancel out Lu Yin's palm wind, and the magma continued shooting towards him at a moderate speed. Lu Yin raised his brows. 20 stacks had been useless. 30 stacks had also been useless. 40 stacks had also been useless. The crowd was astonished. It was just a drop of magma, but it contained a power that even they did not dare to underestimate. The magma drew closer and closer to Lu Yin until it was only a meter away. Lu Yin's right arm trembled as he used 50 stacks. A formless hurricane swept out from beneath his feet, but it was still useless. It was just a drop of magma, but it seemed to contain limitless potential. Lan Si's eyes flashed as Lu Yin's ability to use 50 stacks had exceeded his expectations. This person had only trained for a short period of time at the Chongshan dojo, but he had already comprehended 50 stacks. When Lu Yin used 60 stacks, not only was Lan Si shocked, but Lan Si, Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Tsong, Tianyanzi, and even the Sea King. In the end, Lu Yin used 70 stacks, the limit of his current strength. The ground distorted as the fire dragon roared, as if it had sensed something. At the same time, a pair of giant eyes opened in another tunnel and looked in Lu Yin's direction. With a whoosh, the magma swayed and then stopped in front of Lu Yin's eyes before dripping onto the ground. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in shock. How terrifying was 70 stacks? If someone had told them before this that an explorer could use 70 stacks, they definitely would not have believed it. Even if they were certain that it was true, they would only think of one person. Lan Si. But now, another person had appeared before their eyes. Even the most outstanding hunter in the Chongshan dojo might not be able to use 70 stacks, as it was completely different from withstanding gravity. Lan Si no longer leaned against the wall leisurely, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. He raised his hands and clapped. The crisp sound of his clapping echoed from underground. Lu Yin looked at Lan Si again. This time Lan Si had changed, and the way he looked at Lu Yin had changed as well. It was as if he was looking at someone on the same level, and Lu Yin's strength had earned him respect. Lu Yin was excited. He had been cultivating for nearly 10 years, and it had been almost 10 years since he had first heard of the 10 arbiters. At that time, the 10 arbiters were high above everyone else, and a single word could decide the fate of countless people. Not even allow anyone to mention their names, as they were filled with a supreme mystery. Ever since Lu Yin had broken Lance's record in the Astral Combat Academy, Lance had taken the initiative to seek him out. It was not out of respect but rather an invitation. But now this was respect. He was no longer an ant, and at least among the younger generation he now had the right to view the 10 arbiters as equals. You surprise me, Lu Yin. This isn't the first time we've spoken, Lan Si smiled. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. I'm honored to be remembered by the divine hand. Lance looked at him with bright eyes. At that moment the Sea King spoke up. There's no need to say more. Time is of the essence. He then looked at Lu Yin. Come here and show me the back of your hand. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he still followed the Sea King's instructions and extended the back of his hand. Tianyanzi pointed out, and Lu Yin felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He subconsciously pulled his hand back only to see a flame mark on it. Alright, you can go out now. Chi-Chi, you guys go out as well, the Sea King said. Hai Chi-Chi was reluctant to part with him, and she tugged on the Sea King's clothes. The Sea King patted her head. We'll have plenty of time in the future. Father still wants to hear about your experiences in the Outerverse. Alright, you can leave now. Hai Chi-Chi had no choice but to nod. Lu Yin glanced at Lan Si and then led Hai Chichi and Hai Dashao out of the cave. Chichi, what's the meaning of this? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chichi shook her head. I don't know either. Lu Yin looked at Hai Dashao. I don't know. I knew you wouldn't know, Lu Yin said. Hai Dashao raised his brows. It's been a few years since we last met, but you've become quite sarcastic. I learned it from your sister, Lu Yin replied. Hai Dashao opened his mouth but he had nothing to say. He couldn't help but look at Hai Chichi. Hai Chichi gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Yin. You're ugly but you're also vicious. Now you're even more sarcastic. You're walking further and further down the path of scum and you're not looking back. That's still because you taught me, Lu Yin casually replied. Hai Chichi was furious. She considered herself invincible when it came to venomous tongues, but she felt that Lu Yin was trying to challenge her dignity. Suddenly, a giant eye appeared at the entrance of the cave, blinking as it looked at the three people within. Hai Dashao subconsciously protected Hai Chichi behind him. The giant eye slowly retreated and a great sylvan dragon appeared before the three of them. Compared to the other sylvan dragons that Lu Yin had seen before, this one was much larger. He had heard that Tian Yanzi had saved a scum sylvan dragon, and it seemed like this was it. Just three puny little things. The sylvan dragon let out a low, muffled voice as it flew out, splashing lava all over the place. Hai Dashao hurriedly moved to separate the lava, but when he looked back he saw that the sylvan dragon had already disappeared and that a black lump was falling from the sky. Lu Yin's expression changed and he immediately retreated. Hai Dashao and Hai Chichi were still curious about what it was, but as the black lump approached, the two quickly retreated as if they had seen something inconceivable. With a thud, the black lump fell into the lava and was instantly incinerated, releasing an unpleasant stench. It was a lump of excrement. The expressions on the three's faces were very interesting. Hai Dashao was especially furious. As the young master of the Sea King's Dome and one of the top 10 of the top 100 rankings, he had never encountered such a thing before. He was furious and leapt out to settle the score with the sylvan dragon. Second bro. Hai Chichi wanted to stop him but she was too late. Lu Yin was furious as well as the sylvan dragon had actually thrown a lump of excrement at them. He had heard that the fire dragon had been a bad influence when it burned women's clothes, so it really was scum. Not long after, the sky above the Heavenly Fire Dojo was filled with images of a human and a dragon fighting, accompanied by endless curses. The disciples of the Heavenly Fire Dojo were already used to it. 2 days later, the Heavenly Fire Dojo received news that the Great Mountain Dojo had completely become the 6th Mainland's territory. Many cultivators from the 6th Mainland had challenged the gravitational landmass, as they were very curious about it. Many of the cultivators' hearts were heavy, as the Heavenly Fire Dojo was probably the only place on the Greyweed continent that was still under their control. Lu Yin had been cultivating in one of the underground tunnels for the past 2 days. Although the temperature here was not as high as when he had been in the Daoist Sect's ruins or when he had been in Myriad City's cannon barrels, it was still quite warm, and his cultivation speed had increased by quite a bit. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were setting up something in the Heavenly Fire Dojo, as they had already treated this place as their final resting place. Lu Yin opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of hot air as the pile of star essence in front of him slowly disappeared. His speed was still not fast enough. He had experienced the feeling of flying while absorbing star energy from Myriad City's cannon barrels. Even with the support of Sirius, his current speed was still not fast enough. He looked at the raging fire dragon outside and felt that this fellow might be able to help him. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about how to trick the fire dragon, the ground began to tremble. He looked up and his gaze pierced through the void to see countless rune lines descending. The 6th Mainland's attack had arrived. He knew that the 6th Mainland would not give them much time, but he had not expected them to arrive so quickly. Outside the Heavenly Fire Dojo, streaks of fiery red magma erupted and sealed off the entire Heavenly Fire Dojo. It was unknown what kind of power had been added to the magma, but because it had been artificially added, its power level could not exceed 200,000. Outside the Heavenly Fire Dojo, tens of thousands of cultivators from the 6th Mainland had not hesitated to use their powerhouse's ability to tear through the void to descend. They looked excitedly at the Heavenly Fire Dojo, as this was the Greyweed continent's last hope. Once they destroyed this place, the entire Starfall Sea would be theirs. At the front of the tens of thousands of cultivators were Mr. E, Mr. First, and Granny Sly. There were also quite a few Enlighters present, and they all seemed to be waiting for someone. Within the Heavenly Fire Dojo, the Sea King walked out with Tian Yanzi, Dao Master Lon, Dao Master Tsong, Elder Tong, and the others by his side. Throughout the Heavenly Fire Dojo, hundreds of thousands of cultivators held their breaths, not even daring to breathe loudly. In the sky, the fire dragon's eyes widened as it stared at Mr. E. It had been Mr. E who had led a group of people to attack the Heavenly Fire Dojo and almost destroy it. Below, the Sylvan dragon's eyes widened as well, but it was not staring at the Sixth Mainland's people. Instead, it was looking towards the back as if it was ready to flee at any moment. Lu Yin walked out of the cave and looked outside the Heavenly Fire Dojo. Everyone there was familiar. Aside from Mr. E and the others at the front, there were also Hong Ying, Tong Zhan, Tong Tong, and the other young experts from the Sixth Mainland. However, Lu Yin did not recognize most of them. One person caught his attention, and it was a pale-faced youth who had a deathly stillness about him. At first glance he gave off the same feeling as the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be the Neo-Human Alliance? The Outerverse had been attacked by the Sixth Mainland, and the Neo-Human Alliance had not helped them at all. Instead, they were causing trouble behind the scenes. This organization existed in the Fifth Mainland, but it did not belong to the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin would not be surprised if they had allied with the Sixth Mainland. Kid, I'll leave Mr. E to you. Can you deal with him? At that moment, the Sea King's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin looked up at Mr. E. Since this person had dared to appear, he definitely had a way to deal with the stench, but Lu Yin was not confident. Coincidentally, Mr. Yi's gaze passed through the crowd, and as if there was some sort of invisible force, he met Lu Yin's gaze. A deep chill and disgust appeared in the depths of his eyes, and a nauseating feeling welled up from the bottom of his heart, causing Mr. Yi's expression to change. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he made a smashing motion. Mr. Yi subconsciously took a step back. To the side, Granny Sly and the others frowned. Lu Yin's confidence soared. Could it be that he had no way to deal with the stench? After the two sides stared at each other for several hours, a figure suddenly crossed through the void and appeared in front of Mr. E and the others. She had a seductive figure and a beautiful face. It was a woman. She wasn't young, but she had a fatal charm that most women didn't have. Even if he only saw her from afar, he could smell her alluring fragrance. That was Madame Red. At this moment, anyone who recognized Madame Red fell into despair. Madame Red was a world imprinter who was second only to the Tong family's ancestor in the Grand Martial realm. Her power level exceeded 800,000, and she was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 891. Ever since the Sixth Mainland had invaded the Innerverse, powerhouses like world imprinters had been practically invincible whenever they made a move. There were very few people in the Innerverse who could stand up to them, and the Red Madame's reputation was illustrious. When the Sea King and the others saw Madame Red appear, their expressions changed drastically. They knew that the Tong clan's patriarch was in seclusion, but they did not expect that the Tong clan would actually invite Madame Red over. Madame Red had also suppressed her combat level to less than 200,000, so the strength that she could display was unimaginable. It was like placing the consciousness of an adult on a child and fighting with another child. They were not on the same level. When Madame Hong arrived, Mr. E and the others bowed in unison. Madame Red's charming eyes looked towards the Heavenly Flame Dojo, and the corners of her mouth curled up as she revealed a charming smile. She then looked at the Sea King. I admire you. Surrender to me and I'll allow all of you to join the Flying Horse Villa. The Sea King laughed. We'll talk about it after we win. Madame Red giggled. You're quite manly. All right, I'll subdue you. As she spoke, she reached out with her delicate hand, and the magma that had been isolating the Heavenly Flame Dojo suddenly stopped flowing. The instant Madame Red touched it, the earth, sky, underground, magma and everyone else's thoughts and feelings all changed. All of the cultivators felt their hairs stand on end. The magma gradually disappeared, and the defense that the Heavenly Flame Dojo had set up for so long collapsed in an instant. Many of the Heavenly Flame Dojo's practitioners were in despair. This was the power of a world imprinter. It was unrivaled and incomprehensible. The Sea King's eyes went wide, and the Sea King's trident pierced through the void and headed straight for Madame Red. Mr. E immediately moved to block the Sea King's trident. In the sky, a giant martial seal came crashing down, but it immediately shattered the moment it came into contact with the Sea King's trident. The Sea King's trident pierced through the martial seal and forced Mr. E to retreat before stabbing towards Madame Red. Mr. E was astonished. He had not expected the Sea King to be so powerful. Mr. Yi's combat power had exceeded 600,000 and was very close to 700,000. The Sea King, on the other hand, had probably exceeded 700,000 and was very close to 800,000. Mr. E was one level below the Sea King. With that thought in mind, Mr. E imprinted the Tong family's ancestor on his back. Once again he materialized the martial seal and smashed it down. Madame Hong frowned, and with a wave of her hand, the martial seal turned to dust. "Leave him to me." At the same time, the fire dragon roared and coiled around Tian Yanzi's body as it charged towards the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Dao Master Tsong, Dao Master Lon, and the others all made their moves. The Sixth Mainland's Sly Granny, Mr. First Elder Yuan, and the others all made their moves. The clash between peerless experts was shocking. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators from both sides were suppressed by the aftermath of the clash. At the very front, there was a particularly eye-catching figure. Lon Si pressed down with a single palm, causing Hong Ying, Tong Zhan, and the others to be aghast. Mr. First had to personally take action to stop him and was even forced to take a step back. Hai Dashao and the others all had grim expressions. At this moment, Hai Chichi also revealed the courage to face death with equanimity. If they lost this battle, everyone would either die or become slaves of the Sixth Mainland, which was something they could not accept. Lu Yin's fists cracked as he stared at Mr. E. Then he took out the stench. When he made his move, everyone knew. That kind of stench was unstoppable, directly invading their minds. Madame Red grabbed the Sea King's trident and looked at the Sea King with her bright eyes. Just as she was about to speak, a foul stench wafted past her. Her expression changed as she looked at the heavenly fire Dao field and saw the foul stench. "What's that?" The Sea King frowned. He had smelled it and it was truly foul. "A new weapon that we developed." Madame Red sneered. "It's just a mere smell." She then did something as if she was trying to block out the stench. However, her expression soon changed as she realized that she could not block it out. That stench could even invade her mind and she could not block it out. This shocked Madame Red. She was a world imprinter, an existence that could destroy the heavens. She could even destroy the Starfall Sea, but she could not block out the smell. Mr. E also smelled the stench and he waved his hand. The expert from the Black Blood realm who had absorbed the stench appeared. He was somewhat terrified, but he could not help but take in large mouthfuls of the stench. At the same time, another person appeared. This person was only an explorer, but he had transformed into a strange creature. He also opened his mouth to suck in the stench. Last time he had not been able to absorb it by himself, but Mr. E had found two more. Not only that, but he was also fully armed. He had completely disregarded his dignity in order to block out the stench. Lu Yin was helpless. As expected, it was useless. Against such an expert, it was impossible for him to be effective 3 times. Tian Yanzi waved his hand and a fire dragon swept towards Mr. E. He did not expect Lu Yin to be able to deal with this person. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators fought fiercely in the Heavenly Fire Dojo. Zhang Dingtian was already injured and he gripped his blade with a sharp gaze. Hai Dashao and the others roared as they fought. Lu Yin was also targeted by someone, and it was Hong Ying and Tong Tong. Ever since Lu Yin had taken out that stench and attracted the attention of the entire battlefield, Tong Tong had taken notice of him. Although it had been several years since then, Tong Tong still remembered the person who had defeated her at the Daoist sect's ruined Futon Plaza. She had not expected that person to be from the Fifth Mainland. With a shout, Tong Tong attacked Lu Yin with her martial imprint. Lu Yin casually grabbed her ankle and flung her away. Tong Tong stabilized herself in midair and stared at Lu Yin with killing intent. "So you're a native of the Fifth Mainland?" Lu Yin frowned. "You're quite bold to come after me alone." There was a shout from the distance as Hong Ying charged out and thrust her spear forward. At the same time, she had also invited a helper, which was the icy-faced man who seemed to be from the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin snorted. "You lost to me twice and you still haven't learned your lesson." He grabbed the red-tasseled spear, but Hong Ying immediately let go. The spear suddenly cracked, and the entire spear latched onto Lu Yin's arm as if it were alive. Hong Ying sneered. Let's see if you can escape. Lu Yin exhaled and his right arm trembled as he used 70 stacks to shatter the spear. Hong Ying's pupils shrank. How is this possible? You dash. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yin tapped out with a finger. The dream finger froze the void, making it impossible for Hong Ying to evade. As the finger descended, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Hong Ying and took the full brunt of Lu Yin's finger. Lu Yin frowned as his fingertip turned cold. That person had not been alive just now. Impressive. You were able to shatter my treasure. Let's continue. The icy-faced man made his move, retrieving several figures from his cosmic ring and charging at Lu Yin one by one. These were all corpses. Lu Yin was shocked, but he did not hesitate. He activated his 8-lined battle force imprint and sent out palm after palm strike, shattering a corpse with each strike. These corpses were incomparably tough and their strength was close to that of a hunter's, but they could not withstand a single palm strike from Lu Yin. Hong Ying took out her spear again and stabbed at Lu Yin while Tong Tong also activated her martial imprint and attacked. Lu Yin raised both hands and gathered star energy. 2 suns rose from his palms and smashed towards Hong Ying and Tong Tong. There were 2 loud booms and shockwaves swept out in all directions. Tong Tong spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the distance. Hong Ying did not fare any better and she retreated 100 meters. Lu Yin had attacked too hastily and the power of the suns was not too great. However, it was still not something that Tong Tong could withstand. At the critical moment she had used a power vessel to block the impact, but even so she had still been heavily injured. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the icy-faced man. It's your turn now. My name is Corpse Picker. Actually, I don't want to fight with you. I just want to bring back a few corpses. The memorial is too deserted and there are only corpses and corpses. There's not even anyone to talk to. Lu Yin found it strange. This person was always so cold, but he was actually a chatterbox. In the surroundings, the cultivators from the 6th mainland attacked Lu Yin, but they were all easily dealt with by him. The battlefield was noisy, and no one noticed that some of the voices had materialized into birds. Following that, more and more voices materialized and circled around at a low altitude. In front of the Heavenly Fire Dojo, Lan Si suddenly roared and slammed his fists together. Terrifying shockwaves rippled outwards, causing space to ripple like water. These ripples did not harm anyone, and regardless of whether they were cultivators from the Greyweed continent or the 6th mainland, they were unaffected by the ripples. Only the voices that had materialized into objects exploded when the ripples swept past them. Bai Ling, if you're here, then come out. Lan Si barked and looked into the distance. Lu Yin looked up. Bai Ling? A realm Ling from the Grand Martial Realm, a powerhouse on the same level as the 10 Arbiters. Countless people were attracted by Bai Ling's name. After 4 years of fighting, they all understood the meaning of a realm Ling. The strongest powerhouse of an era was synonymous with a realm Ling, and they held the same status as the 10 Arbiters in the Innerverse. Bai Ling was like a nightmare to the Starfall Sea. Although she was not an absolute expert like Madame Red, her battle techniques were too powerful. When combined with her innate gift and battle techniques, she was basically a killing machine in human form. She was even more intimidating than Mr. E and the others. Although Lan Si was on the same level as Bai Ling, his attacks could be dodged while Bai Ling's attacks were invisible. In the distant horizon, an ordinary-looking woman with a cold expression was slowly approaching on a strange path. Many cultivators from the Heavenly Fire Dojo paled. It really was Bai Ling, Elder Tong, Dao Master Tsong, and the others all had ugly expressions. In the current Greyweed continent, there were only 2 youths who could fight against them. Lan Si and Bai Ling. Bai Ling was especially troublesome. Hong Ying, who had been beaten back by Lu Yin, became excited when she saw Bai Ling appear. Bai Ling was like her faith. When the man with the cold expression saw Bai Ling appear, he began to ramble on about something. On one side of the battlefield, Tong Zhan, who was fighting with Hai Dashao, saw Bai Ling and his eyes filled with fear. This woman was truly terrifying. Even powerhouses like Madame Red and the Sea King looked askance at her. Bai Ling's fame was too great, and her reputation had overshadowed Lan Si's. Lu Yin stared at the sky. Was that Bai Ling? She was a realm Ling from the Grand Martial Realm, and it was said that once the martial seal appeared, Birds would all fly away and humans would be wiped out. When Bai Ling appeared, Lan Si ignored everyone else and stood high in the sky. You still came. Bai Ling's tone was calm. Shouldn't I? You want to trick me? Your methods are very low. What a pity. Lan Si sighed. The next moment the two of them vanished at the same time. Following that, the sky rumbled violently as the void distorted and split apart. Numerous spatial cracks scattered down, accompanied by strange lines that pierced through anyone who came into contact with them. Even a hunter would not be able to withstand them, as these lines were the manifestation of sound. Chapter 892. Lan Si's figure appeared and he struck out with a palm. The sky darkened as a boundless pressure descended, even though there was clearly no one in front of him. Lu Yin was shocked, as Lan Si's attack had not been wrong. Bai Ling was indeed in that empty space. The palm image was suddenly entangled by countless lines and weakened layer by layer. Bai Ling walked out of the void and scanned the area below her. Her eyes widened slightly. On the battlefield, wherever there was a sound, strange things would appear. They were the materialization of sound, followed by an explosion. Not only was the explosion destructive, but it was also accompanied by an indescribable feeling that made one's body feel like it was being torn apart. Lu Yin was also affected by the explosion. The force that tore his body apart was spiritual force, and Bai Ling specialized in spiritual force attacks. Her spiritual force battle techniques were hidden within the materialized sound, making them impossible to defend against. Furthermore, she had directly attacked the entire battlefield. In an instant, countless cultivators fell to the ground with numb expressions. Not only were there cultivators from the Greyweed continent, but there were also cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin was shocked. This was the trace obliteration technique. Lan Si was furious, as that momentary gap had caused unimaginable losses. He had been unable to restrain Bai Ling. However, Bai Ling's attacks were useless against him, as they could not defeat him either. Lu Yin had been affected by Bai Ling's attack and he was momentarily numb. The corpse collector suddenly attacked and a stooped figure appeared behind him. The corpse collector raised a palm and struck out with 8-line battle force. The Sixth Mainland disdained battle force and domains as they focused on imprints. Lu Yin had not expected the corpse collector to have 8-line battle force, and he was caught off guard. The palm struck his arm and his entire body was pressed into the ground. However, the corpse collector did not let him go. He bent his fingers and a black imprint floated out from his palm that emitted a rotting stench. This was the materialization of a martial imprint, and only an extremely talented person could do it. The materialized martial imprint was surrounded by black gas, and it followed the imprint to wrap around the corpse collector's arm and then his entire body. The next moment the corpse collector growled and leaped up. He raised his right leg high and viciously kicked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was pressed into the ground, and when he saw the corpse collector's kick coming at him, he used his fates and to block it. There was a thump and Lu Yin was smashed even deeper into the ground. The zombie collector leaped out of the ground and looked down. He raised his right leg and looked at it. The attack just now seemed to have been useless. There was a whoosh and Lu Yin leapt out. He rubbed his chest and looked at the corpse picker in astonishment. This fellow's strength surpassed even that of Autumn Frost Qing and Hong Ying's, and that attack just now had almost reached the level of 9-lined battle force. Lu Yin had not been able to tell, and he had assumed that this person only relied on those corpses to fight. It turned out that he was a ruthless character. "I'm sorry, I'm not fighting anymore." The zombie collector turned around and ran. Lu Yin was just about to attack when he froze. Did he run away? "Seventh bro, that guy ran away after beating you up. Chase him. We won't let him off so easily." The monkey shouted angrily, as beating Lu Yin was equivalent to beating him as well. Lu Yin wasn't happy either, and he kicked the dog viciously before wanting to run away. His figure flickered as he chased after the dog. The zombie collector tossed out corpses to block Lu Yin's path. "Bro, no discord, no concord. There's no need to fight to the death. There are so many people on the battlefield for you to beat up. For example, there's that Tong Zhan guy who looks more annoying than anyone else. There's also that red-tasseled girl and Bai Ling. Go find them." Lu Yin snorted and struck out with a palm. It was a 70 stacks 100-fold shockwave palm, and the corpses that blocked his path were all pulverized. His palm broke through all obstacles and landed on the zombie collector's back. The zombie collector helplessly turned around, and a black aura surrounded his body as his martial seal materialized. Death's Palm. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he activated the secret art and shifted the black aura around the zombie collector's palm away. The zombie collector was shocked, but it was too late to retract his hand. He clashed head-on with Lu Yin's palm, and with a bang shockwaves shot out in all directions. The ground beneath their feet continued to crumble, and Lu Yin's overlaying stacks caused the zombie to continuously retreat. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his right palm, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The black aura wrapped around Lu Yin's arm once more, and the imprint on his back became much clearer. What appeared was an old man who seemed to have walked out of a grave. His stooped figure looked cold, but the zombie collector's strength had increased greatly, and he was barely able to withstand Lu Yin's overlaying stacks. Lu Yin's palm transformed into a claw, and the sky beast claw accompanied by 8-lined battle force smashed down. The zombie collector continuously threw out corpses to block the attack with his own body. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he retracted one of his palms before pointing out with a finger. The void froze and the finger pierced through the zombie collector's palm, shattering his entire arm. The zombie collector's body smashed into the distance like a rock, and he was in an extremely miserable state. At that moment, a bone-piercing cold light pierced through his back as Hong Ying's eyes flashed with killing intent. She stabbed out with her spear, but Lu Yin flicked his finger and deflected the spear. At the same time he flicked his finger again and a gust of wind shot out from his fingertip towards Hong Ying, smashing into her abdomen. He casually waved his hand and sent her flying, but unfortunately, something blocked his attack and prevented him from killing her. Lu Yin fought 1 against 2, but he still managed to defeat both Hong Ying and the zombie collector. Both of them were from World Imprinter organizations, one from the Galloping Horse Manor and the other from the Righteous Manor. They were second only to Bai Ling in the younger generation of the Grand Martial realm, but they had been beaten so miserably. Ever since Lu Yin had come into contact with the 6th mainland, he had come into contact with quite a few people at this level. Ren Tu, Autumn Frost, Qing Mo, Jiangshao and even Tong Zhan. With his strength he could easily crush opponents at this level, but he was still quite a distance away from a realm ling. Hong Ying, take this. Lan Baobao appeared out of nowhere and sent a palm strike towards Hong Ying. Blood trickled down the corner of Hong Ying's mouth, but she gripped her spear tightly and swept it out, forcing Lan Baobao to retreat several steps. She looked at Lu Yin with dissatisfaction. Who are you? Lu Yin did not have the time to deal with her, as Dao Master Tsong's life was on the line. Lu Yin had originally wanted to face Granny Sly, who was a perfect counter to him. But now his opponent had changed to Mr. First. Not only was Mr. First stronger than Granny Sly, but his battle techniques were also a complete counter to Dao Master Tsong's. The larger the giant ape's body was, the more it was at a disadvantage, and it seemed that Dao Master Tsong would not be able to hold on much longer. Lu Yin took out a stench and threw it at Dao Master Tsong. Although it could not affect Mr. First as much as Mr. Yi had, it was still enough to disgust him. Reality proved that Lu Yin did not only disgust Mr. First, but also the entire battlefield. The 2 cultivators that Mr. Yi had brought over began to absorb the stench again. Fortunately, the temporary disgust allowed Dao Master Tsong to slow down a bit. Lu Yin leapt up and rushed over, intending to join forces with Dao Master Tsong to fight against Mr. First. However, the void in front of him distorted, and lines formed ripples that rolled towards him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. These were Bai Ling's battle techniques. He did not hesitate to turn around and leave, exploding where he stood as his spiritual force swept across the sky. Lu Yin was the closest to Bai Ling, so he took a direct hit from Bai Ling. Tong Tong had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge, and when she saw that Lu Yin had been affected by Bai Ling's attack, she leapt up and stabbed out with her sword, intending to kill him. Lu Yin suddenly turned around and grabbed the sword's edge, breaking it with a clang. He casually tossed it aside, and the broken sword brushed past Tong Tong's neck before shooting into a distant mountain. Tong Tong's neck was bleeding and she slowly fell to the ground, completely dead. Miss. A few people rushed over from the distance and stared at Tong Tong's corpse in disbelief. The girl had just been hit by Lu Yin's one son, and her protective power vessel had already been used. This time Lu Yin had mercilessly killed her. These people were experts from the Tong family who had been sent to protect Tong Tong. They were all hunters and one of them was even an enlighter. They all looked up and glared at Lu Yin. "Little bastard, I'll bury you with me." They all attacked at the same time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Life and death were indisputable on the battlefield and Lan Yu, the son of Dao Master Lan, had died as well. Lu Yin's expression turned grave as he faced the encirclement of several experts, including an enlighter. At this moment several cultivators from the Greyweed continent blocked the attackers, and there were also enlighters among them. At this moment the Greyweed continent's elites had all gathered in Skyfire Dojo, and these people had all escaped the Sixth Mainland's pursuit. They were all absolute experts and there were quite a few enlighters among them. They were strong enough to fight against the Sixth Mainland's experts at the same level, and they were very difficult to deal with. Lu Yin relaxed as he did not want to be surrounded. Although he was not afraid, he raised his head and looked into the distance. That attack just now had definitely been intentional and Bai Ling had been targeting him. In the distance, Lan Si could also tell that Bai Ling's gaze was not on him, but rather on Lu Yin. "Is that person also from your Great Mountain Dojo?" Bai Ling looked at Lan Si and asked. Lan Si frowned. "You care about him a lot?" Bai Ling replied. "He defeated Hong Ying and the corpse pickers at the same time. Among the younger generation of the Grand Martial Realm he's second only to me. More importantly, he's just an explorer. Once he becomes a hunter, you and I might not be his match. He's a threat and I need to either subdue or eliminate him." Lan Si shook his head. "You can't do it with me around." Bai Ling's eyes narrowed. "Try it." She then raised her hand and placed it flat with her palm facing up. After that the entire battlefield's clamor disappeared. Countless people were flabbergasted as all the sounds in their ears disappeared. They all transformed into birds that flew towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw Bai Ling's icy, murderous gaze. He cursed under his breath. What a freak. Countless birds chirped as they flew in from all directions. The scene was shocking and even Lan Si could do nothing about it. He was confident that he could defeat Bai Ling in a direct confrontation, but it would be difficult for him to block her attacks. It wasn't just Lan Si. Aside from Madame Red, there was probably no one else present who could intercept so many birds that had manifested their voices and were infused with their spiritual force battle techniques. Countless birds flew towards the lava as if they were migrating. As long as there was sound, Bai Ling could do anything. This was the power of the Grand Martial Realm's Realmlings. Lu Yin dove into the cave. He had hidden here not because he was afraid, but because he did not want to expose the fact that he could withstand the spiritual force attacks of the Realmlings. Once the strength of his spiritual force was exposed, it would become an even greater threat to some people. Thus, it would be best if he did not expose himself. He was confident that he could withstand the bombardment of these birds. When Lu Yin dove into the cave, what he saw was not an empty space, but a giant sylvan dragon that was looking at him in astonishment. They looked at each other and then the sylvan dragon said, "There's someone here. Go find another cave." Lu Yin blinked and there was a strange look in his eyes. He slowly turned around and saw countless birds rushing in. The sylvan dragon was stunned. "What's that?" As soon as it finished speaking, the first bird exploded, followed by countless others. Lu Yin subconsciously hid behind the sylvan dragon. He could withstand the spiritual force attacks, but the explosive power of these birds was not small either. It was just nice that someone could help him block them. Chapter 893. The dragon was stunned. It had been hiding well and was ready to escape at any moment, but now, it was being bombarded by the suicidal birds. In just a short while the land collapsed and lava exploded. The sylvan dragon roared and rushed out of the ground. Its body was covered in green and purple bruises, and its huge eyes were a little dazed. However, they were quickly filled with anger as it roared at the sky. Coincidentally, it was right above the battlefield where the Sixth Mainland's Elder Yuan and the cultivators from the Greyweed continent were fighting. The dragon's roar startled quite a few people. Bai Ling was puzzled as well, as this monster had clearly been targeted at Lu Yin. Where did this beast come from? Scram! Elder Yuan barked as he swatted at the dragon. The dragon was stunned by the explosion and it anxiously searched for the culprit. Elder Yuan's attack had become the perfect target for it to vent its anger. Countless afterimages of the dragon appeared in the sky, and they were so fast that Elder Yuan couldn't distinguish between them. The dragon slammed into him and sent him flying into the distance. Beneath the ground, Lu Yin was astonished. Sylvan dragons had the innate gift of extreme speed, and sentinels could split into 3, melders could split into 5, limiters could split into 9, and explorers could split into dozens. Lu Yin estimated that there had to be over 1,000 of them, which meant that this sylvan dragon was an enlighter. It was clearly afraid of death and had been hiding underground, but it was still quite powerful. After knocking Elder Yuan away, the sylvan dragon regained its composure and glared down. It had guessed that it must have been that bastard human who had lured the birds in and was hiding behind it. Human, you're too despicable. Lu Yin ignored it, but he could see a large number of rune lines surging towards him. As long as there was a sound, Bai Ling could create an unlimited number of birds. Countless birds took to the skies once more, flapping their wings as they charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin grew anxious. Lan Si, you can't even stop a woman? Lan Si's gaze turned cold. He wanted to stop Bai Ling as well, but there were too many of her attacks. Countless birds rushed towards Lu Yin, and he could tell that Bai Ling was determined to deal with him. Since that was the case, his gaze hardened and he leapt towards Bai Ling and Lan Si. Bai Ling raised her brows as she hadn't expected Lu Yin to dare approach her. Lan Si shouted, "Back off. You don't have to interfere. If you can handle me, then I wouldn't have come." Lu Yin turned to avoid the flock of birds and directly charged towards Bai Ling. He raised a palm and 8-lined battle force imprinted on it. He then slapped out with 70 stacks. Lan Si's gaze turned cold. He also made a move, but it was aimed at the flock of birds. Bai Ling's lips curled up. He was overestimating himself. She could tell that Lu Yin's overlaying stacks was ferocious and that he was even supported by battle force, but so what? Even Lan Si's overlaying stacks would not be able to defeat her in a short amount of time, let alone an explorer. With the astral phenomenon suppression, the younger generation was able to display their full strength. Only those at the level of the 10 arbiters were an exception, as their full strength had long since surpassed 200,000 power levels. It was just like how Night King Zhenwu had completely suppressed Lu Yin back in the Daoist Sect's ruins. That was a disparity that could not be bridged. But now, under the suppression of celestial phenomenon, Lu Yin wasn't even afraid of a powerhouse with a power level of 500,000. He could even fight against a realmling. There was a thump that shook the heavens, and it was accompanied by a strange sound wave that swept out in all directions. Lu Yin and Bai Ling both retreated at the same time. Lu Yin retreated 100 meters while Bai Ling retreated several hundred meters. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She had been injured. Lan Si's expression changed. How was this possible? Bai Ling stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. She could block even stronger attacks from Lan Si, and blocking this person would not be an exception. However, in that instant her defensive power had been weakened. Was this a secret technique? Lu Yin pushed Bai Ling back with a single palm and then rushed forward once again. If he could defeat a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 like Elder Song, then he could defeat Bai Ling as well. Bai Ling watched Lu Yin approach and exhaled. Interesting. Then the sounds of the battlefield converged and materialized into a martial seal in front of her. In that instant Lu Yin's ears fell silent, as all sound seemed to be absorbed by the martial seal. At the same time the flock of birds was also being absorbed. The entire world fell silent. Lan Si was shouting something in the distance, but Lu Yin could not hear him. He could only see the martial seal emitting waves of sound that converged into a line and shot towards him. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and activated the Yu secret art. The line was deflected, but it still brushed past his shoulder. The entire void was sliced apart and he heard the sound again. His brain was greatly shaken, and an indescribable spiritual force poured into his brain through the wound on his shoulder. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered as he fell down. He had underestimated the realmlings, as they were the strongest powerhouses in their respective domains. There were many enlighters in a single domain, and only the strongest powerhouses could break through the enlighter realm and become imprinters. The realmlings were the strongest imprinters in the future, and they would dominate an entire era. Bai Ling was the Grand Martial Realm's realmling, and her abilities and innate gifts were definitely comparable to that of an ordinary enlighter. Even without the suppression from celestial phenomenon, she was not any weaker than Elder Song. She was a match for the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters were not existences that Lu Yin could deal with right now. He was still a level away and he was still an entire generation away. Bai Ling pressed down with one hand, and her martial seal descended in a futile attempt to crush Lu Yin. Lan Si appeared and forced the martial seal back. He glanced at Lu Yin. This person was indeed very strong, and even Lan Si would have to expend a great deal of effort to defeat him. This was enough to earn Lan Si's respect, but if Lu Yin wanted to fight against them, he was still a bit lacking. The difference of a single step was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was a thump as Lu Yin crashed into the ground, causing the fiery red soil to heat up. Lu Yin's hearing returned to normal and he shook his head vigorously. What a powerful spiritual force attack. Even he had almost been unable to withstand it. This was the true strength of the 10 arbiters, and he had still underestimated them. He looked up and saw that Lan Si had blocked Bai Ling, but Lu Yin was certain that as long as she had the chance, Bai Ling would attack him. There was fighting everywhere and Lu Yin struggled to get up. He looked at his right arm, but thankfully it was only a scratch. In the sky, when Bai Ling saw Lu Yin get up, a trace of shock appeared in the depths of her eyes. She had not been shocked even when she had fought against Lan Si, but Lu Yin had shocked her. She was well aware of how powerful that spiritual force attack had been, but this person was still fine. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about how to deal with Bai Ling, another figure crashed down at an extremely fast speed, smashing into the ground just a few meters away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin had wanted to dodge, but the oppressive pressure around him made it impossible for him to do so. He was dragged into the ground by the falling figure, and when he finally came to a stop, he saw a cold glint in front of him. He instinctively tilted his head and there was a thump. It was a very familiar spear. Was that the Sea King's trident? Lu Yin turned around and saw that not too far away, another figure had also been smashed into the ground. The figure was clutching his head as he stood up. He saw Lu Yin and the two exchanged glances. The atmosphere was a little awkward. It was indeed the Sea King. This man who had always maintained a dignified and domineering image in front of Lu Yin was now just as unlucky as Lu Yin. "Stay away," the Sea King growled. He looked up and saw the Red Madam looking down from the sky with interest. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he hurriedly tried to leave, but it was clearly too late. If Bai Ling could notice Lu Yin, then the Red Madam would naturally notice him as well. The Red Madam had intentionally pushed the Sea King in this direction, and she wanted to get rid of Lu Yin as well. The air around him was filled with red mist, and Lu Yin had only taken a few steps when his feet were bound by the mist. No matter how much strength he used, he could not break free. Even more terrifying was that the red mist actually seeped into his body through his skin. He felt as if his muscles were being dissolved and an intense pain engulfed his nerves. The Sea King grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder and waved his hand, causing the Sea King's trident to fly out. The wind from the spear swept past and the red mist dissipated. "Stay away, kid. Don't let my daughter become a widow." The Sea King then threw Lu Yin away, but he had underestimated the Red Madam's determination to kill Lu Yin. The red mist that covered the entire area transformed into a formless net. The Sea King had just thrown Lu Yin away, but he immediately grabbed him back with an ugly expression. "Red Madam, why involve the younger generation in our battle?" The Red Madam giggled. "Our battle? Do you even have the qualifications to fight me?" The Sea King's expression darkened. "I've had enough fun and I quite admire you. Come with me to the 6th mainland. You'll be able to develop better there." The Red Madam looked at the Sea King, not bothering to hide her interest in him. Lu Yin stared at her blankly. How had the Sea King attracted this woman? In terms of appearance, although Lu Yin was not particularly handsome, he was still far superior to the Sea King. In terms of power, this woman far surpassed the Sea King. The Sea King gripped his spear tightly and looked up at the Red Madam. "I hate the color red." The Red Madam's expression turned cold. "You don't know how to appreciate my kindness." She then disappeared and reappeared in front of the Sea King and Lu Yin. She stretched out a hand that was wrapped in red mist and grabbed at them. The red mist suddenly expanded several times and completely enveloped the Sea King and Lu Yin. "Brat, if you survive, take care of Chi-Chi." The Sea King's expression was solemn as he raised his spear and stabbed out. The moment the Sea King's spear pierced through the red mist, Lu Yin's eyes began to tear up. The Sea King's spear had actually managed to pierce through the red mist and into the Red Madam's palm, causing fresh blood to flow down the tip of the spear. The Sea King was shocked. It had actually broken through? The Red Madam felt an intense pain in her palm and looked on in disbelief. She was a world imprinter with a power level of over 900,000. Even though her power level had been restricted to 200,000 due to astronomical phenomenon's suppression, she was still not someone that others could contend against. Her innate gifts usage had already reached perfection, and she should have been able to block the Sea King's spear, but it had actually been broken through. Something wasn't right. The Red Madam had stared at Lu Yin for an instant. "Brat, was this your doing?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and tears of blood flowed down the corners of his eyes. He felt dizzy as this was the price he had to pay. He had tried to use the secret art to divert the red mist away, but it had been useless. The Red Madam had far surpassed him, and he had been forced to rely on the true scripture of Aeon evolution to weaken the red mist's rune lines. Fortunately, he had succeeded, but it had cost him quite a bit of damage. The Sea King did not waste this opportunity, and he exerted more strength with his spear in an attempt to pierce through the Red Madam's arm. The Red Madam snorted, and the red mist above her head transformed into a world that crashed down, smashing both the Sea King and Lu Yin into the ground. The Sea King's spear had even left his hand and stabbed into the ground. Chapter 894. The Sea King held on to Lu Yin tightly as he withstood the Red Madam's pressure. Suddenly, their surroundings became empty, and they appeared at an unknown depth within the Heavenly Fire Dojo. There was a huge structure that resembled an altar in this empty space, and there was a person standing next to it. It was a youth who looked very similar to the Sea King. The Sea King grabbed Lu Yin and threw him onto the altar before looking at the youth. "How is it?" The youth hurriedly replied, "It's a success. We can leave immediately." The Sea King was delighted, and he pressed a hand against the center of the altar. The entire altar began to tremble, and not just the altar but the entire Heavenly Fire Dojo. Soon after, the lava seemed to be swallowed by something as it rapidly disappeared. The Heavenly Fire Dojo's enormous heat also disappeared. Countless people on the battlefield were shocked, and the red soil on the ground was now a normal color. Madame Red frowned as she looked underground and felt that something was amiss. Her figure flashed as she headed underground. Suddenly, a huge red light shattered the ground and shot into the sky. The light soared around the altar, isolating it from the outside world. Madame Red's expression changed when she saw this, and she immediately took action. However, she was unable to break through the light. Lu Yin, the Sea King, and the youth slowly rose into the air within the red light. Their bodies were no longer under their control, and the back of Lu Yin's hand was scorching hot. This was the mark that Xianxia had left on him when he had first arrived at the Heavenly Fire Dojo. At this moment, that mark was heating up and even burning. It wasn't just Lu Yin. The hands of nearly 10,000 people in the Heavenly Fire Dojo began to burn. Their bodies were then enveloped by the red light and forcefully sucked into the altar. Finally, the red light transformed them into shooting stars and disappeared. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, and Mr. E and the rest did not even have time to react. The cultivators from the Greyweed continent who had been fighting with them had already disappeared. That red light was like a bridge that connected them to another place, isolating them from the outside world. Madame Red's eyes widened and she pressed a hand against the void, causing the entire space to fold. She traversed an endless distance and grabbed at the fleeing cultivators. One of her hands seemed to stretch out limitlessly, and it had already touched the red light. The Sea King, Dao Master Lon, and the rest were shocked. Madame Red was too terrifying, and their plan had been flawless. They had borrowed the Heavenly Fire Dojo's ancient inheritance to cross altars to reach another altar without interference from a superpower house. This was equivalent to teleportation, but now Madame Red had caught up to them. Within the red light, Lan Si, Hai Chichi, Hai Dashao, Zhang Dingtian, and the others were all staring at the jade hand. At this moment, the fire dragon coiling around Tianyanzi's body faced the sky and roared. Its body quickly dissipated and turned into flames that merged with the red radiance. The red radiance's color immediately deepened. Madame Hong's hand was burned. If she increased her strength, she could easily block everyone. However, she would be erased by the celestial phenomenon. Madame Hong unwillingly retracted her hand and allowed the red radiance to bring everyone away in an instant. Within the crowd, Lu Yin's gaze was fixed on the spot where the red madam had disappeared. There, a red stone had flown out, but it had not been taken away by the red light. He could clearly see that the red stone had appeared from where the fire dragon had disappeared. Lu Yin subconsciously activated the secret art and stored the red stone in his palm. The Heavenly Flame Dojo had been completely destroyed, leaving a large empty space. The cultivators from the Greyweed continent who had been fighting with the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland and hadn't been taken away had blank looks on their faces. They had been abandoned. The altar could only take away 10,000 people at most, and these 10,000 people had already been determined to be the ones who had been branded on the back of their hands. The rest would not be taken away by the red light. It was cruel, but if they did not do so, everyone would die. The Sea King and the others wanted to leave behind a spark for the Greyweed continent and the Starfall Sea. Without the Sea King and the others holding them back, the remaining cultivators were powerless to resist. Even if they outnumbered the Sixth Mainland's cultivators by a few 100,000, it was useless. Everyone had given up on resisting. Madame Hong's face sank and she coldly ordered, "You guys stay here. I'll chase after them." She then took a step forward. With her strength as a world imprinter, she could easily tear through the heavens, let alone move across the Greyweed continent. She could even traverse it with a single thought. However, the problem was that she did not know where the Sea King and the others had been sent to. The red light in the void had not left any traces behind, so she needed time to search for it. However, she would eventually find it and it would not take long. Even if she swept through the entire Greyweed continent, it would only take a few breaths. On the coast of the Greyweed continent, the winds and waves were very strong. A huge, strangely shaped spacecraft was docked. As the red light disappeared, nearly 10,000 cultivators arrived. The Sea King barked, "Everyone board the spacecraft within 3 breaths of time." The top hatch of the spacecraft opened and countless figures flickered as they quickly entered the spacecraft. Lu Yin was extremely fast as he knew that this was the Sea King's backup plan. Thus he was the first to rush into the spacecraft. The first person he saw was an old man and Hai Chi cried out, "Grandpa Shan?" Everyone had just entered the spacecraft when the hatch closed, and they immediately tore through the void and left. The moment the spacecraft left, Madame Hong arrived and swept her sharp gaze over. She took another step forward and chased after the spacecraft. If it had been a radiant grade aurora, it definitely would not have been able to escape Madame Hong's pursuit. However, not only was this spacecraft not a radiant grade one, it was not even a black hole grade one. It was the best spacecraft that could be purchased in the Innerverse and Outerverse. A cosmic grade spacecraft was 1,000 times faster than a normal spacecraft and 100 times faster than a radiant grade spacecraft. With just a single movement, the entire Greyweed continent had disappeared. The Sea King, Lon Daolord and Tian Yanzi walked out and simultaneously attacked, shattering the void along the way to disrupt Madame Hong's progress. Madame Hong was still restricted by the suppression of the astronomical phenomenon, and she was the only one chasing after them. No matter how strong she was, she could not easily pass through the void obstruction created by the 3 envoys. As a result, the spacecraft was getting further and further away from her. Madame Hong immediately contacted the Sea King's dome. With the speed of a cosmic grade aurora, it would take less than 10 minutes to reach the Sea King's dome. Within the spacecraft, many cultivators could not withstand the pressure brought about by the spacecraft's high speed. It was difficult for them to speak and only a few were able to converse. Elder Shan helped Hai Chi up and nodded in satisfaction. "It's been 4 years since we last met. You've grown a bit taller." Hai Chi panted heavily and looked at Elder Shan excitedly. "I missed you guys, Grandpa Shan." Elder Shan smiled happily. "Grandpa Shan missed you too." Elsewhere at Zhang Dingtian's saber base, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He looked at the back of his hand. It was that brand that had dragged him into the red light. Otherwise he would have either died or become a prisoner of the Sixth Mainland. However, there were less than 10,000 people here, and the remaining hundreds of thousands of cultivators were all finished. The atmosphere within the spacecraft was very heavy. The Sea King, Lon Daolord and Tian Yanzi, the 3 envoys, were constantly shattering the void to slow down Madame Hong's progress. The others were all speechless. They had abandoned hundreds of thousands of their comrades. Elder Tong sighed and looked back at the Greyweed continent. He did not know when he would be able to return to the Starfall Sea, and he might not be able to do so for the rest of his life. In a corner, Lu Yin held onto the red stone and felt the scorching heat spread through the stone. The heat was invisible to the naked eye, but he could clearly see the rune lines that spread along his arm until they reached his entire body. It was getting hotter and hotter, and he subconsciously put the stone away and looked at Tianyanzi. This stone had been left behind by the fire dragon after it had disappeared. Could it be the source of that fire dragon's strength? Soon they arrived at the Sea King's dome. The spacecraft did not stop, and it directly charged towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. At this moment, a wave of energy swept out from within the Sea King's dome. Although it was only an enlighter, it was enough to slow down the spacecraft. Even if it was only for an instant, it would allow Madame Hong to advance further. The Sea King and the other two envoys were indifferent, but one of the corpses that had been hung up in the Sea King's dome suddenly raised its head and swept past the Sixth Mainland's cultivators who had tried to stop the spacecraft. It charged into the spacecraft, killing all of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators, including the enlighter who had fought with Lu Yin. It was another envoy-level powerhouse. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched when he saw this. The Starfall Sea actually had 4 stars. Elder He. Hai Chi shouted excitedly. Lu Yin was astonished. The Sea King's dome had Elder Shan Tong and 4 elders. Elder Ren had died and Lu Yin had stolen his corpse. Both Elder Tong and Elder Shan were on the Greyweed continent, but the strongest Elder He was actually hiding in the Sea King's dome, and he was even among the hanging corpses. Who was behind all of this? The Sixth Mainland must have known that Elder He had been hiding in the Starfall Sea before the Sea King's dome had been defeated. This also meant that someone in the Starfall Sea had arranged for Elder He to be a backup plan. Perhaps the situation on the Greyweed continent had also been predicted by that person. They had retreated to the Heavenly Fire Dojo and then used the dojo to teleport to the seaside before entering the spacecraft that Elder Shan had prepared. The plan was flawless, and even Madame Hong, a world imprinter, could only watch helplessly. This kind of strategy was not inferior to Wei Rong's, as Wei Rong was adept at scheming and had no bottom line. This person was probably similar to Wang Wen, who was able to see the entire situation. The spacecraft smoothly passed through the Sea King's dome without slowing down in the slightest. Elder He exchanged a few words with Hai Chi before standing beside the Sea King. They simultaneously attacked the void to obstruct Madame Hong's path. The cultivators on the spacecraft were excited as they might be able to escape. Behind them, Madame Hong stepped out of the void, causing the space in front of her to crack apart. She glanced at the Sea King's dome and snorted before continuing to tear through the void and chase after the spacecraft. Not long after, the entrance to the Starfall Sea could be seen in the distance. Countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were blocking the entrance. Although they had all suppressed their power levels, Lu Yin was sure that there were imprinters there. The moment the spacecraft approached the entrance to the Starfall Sea, imprints appeared behind the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. It was as if countless gods had descended, shocking everyone on the spacecraft. The Sea King slowly turned around with a solemn expression. He retrieved a transparent bottle from his cosmic ring that contained a single drop of blood. It looked like an ordinary drop of blood, and it did not contain any rune lines. However, the moment this drop of blood appeared, the heavens and the earth changed. Everyone on the spacecraft looked up, not knowing what was happening. They only felt as if the sky had collapsed. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he could see the astronomical phenomenon changing. The rune lines that spread throughout the entire Innerverse were violently surging, all because of this drop of blood. The Sea King did not say a word. He simply opened the bottle and flicked his finger, causing the drop of blood to shoot towards the entrance to the Starfall Sea. What was being drawn in was the astronomical phenomenon that suppressed the entire universe. That drop of blood seemed to be the source, and it brought with it boundless terror. Chapter 895. At the entrance of the Starfall Sea, an old man walked out. Madame Red's image was imprinted on his back. He held a strange weapon in his hand and stabbed at the drop of blood. The drop of blood passed through the old man without any hindrance. It then passed through the entrance of the Starfall Sea and slowly dissipated. The flying ship did not stop. It also passed through the old man and the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The old man's body disintegrated into dust. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, all the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland in a straight line were also reduced to dust. The others stood where they were, not daring to move. No one in the spacecraft could understand what was happening, and even the Sea King himself did not know what was happening. Only Lu Yin knew that the moment that drop of blood had appeared, It had affected the entire celestial phenomenon. That was no ordinary drop of blood, but rather, the blood of the rune progenitor. The celestial phenomenon had been caused by the rune lines, and only the rune progenitor's blood could act as the source of the phenomenon to suppress everything. He was even more certain that the drop of blood was extremely attractive to him. He really wanted to absorb that drop of blood. He had a premonition that if he could absorb the symbol ancestor's blood, his comprehension of the Eon Flow true scripture would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, that drop of blood had been used up. Lu Yin looked at the Sea King with a burning gaze, wondering if the Sea King still had more. Regardless of whether it was the Sea King's dome or the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the Sea King and the others had made ample preparations and were confident that they could escape. The spacecraft left the Starfall Sea, intending to head towards Chaos Flow Zone and then enter the Cosmic Sea. However, as soon as it left the Starfall Sea, it was met with a giant hammer that was as large as a mountain range. The hammer smashed down on the spacecraft. The Sea King's expression changed and the void transformed into the Sea King's trident. With a bang, the Sea King's trident collided with the hammer, causing the void to split open. The powerful shockwave swept the spacecraft towards the north, and the hammer was also forced back. Dao Masterland's expression turned ugly. It's an expert from the War Martial Realms weaponsmithing clan. There are more behind him. The Sea King's face paled as there was more than one hammer. There were 3 hammers in space and the one that had just blocked their path was the largest. It was controlled by an imprinter and the ones behind it were all enlighters. The strength of the people in the spaceship could defeat them, but they would be caught up by the Red Madam. But if Lu Yin did not defeat them, then they would not be able to escape to the Chaos Flow Zone. This was a dilemma, and it could also be considered a hopeless situation. The Sea King made a prompt decision and changed the direction of the spacecraft, which then flew north. That direction was the crack between the inner verse and the outer verse, and that was the only way out. He knew that Hai Chi must have told the Sea King. The spacecraft had just left when Madame Red arrived. She glanced at the hammers and a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. She chased after them to the north. You won't be able to escape. The cosmic-grade spacecraft was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the gap. Ordinary people would find it difficult to see such a narrow gap, but with Hai Chi leading the way, the spacecraft still managed to find the gap. The crack was much narrower than it had been when Lu Yin had first arrived, and he had estimated that it would disappear in about half a year. Half a year had passed since then and the crack could only fit 2 people at a time. It would be impossible for a spacecraft to enter. Many cultivators in the spaceship looked at the crack strangely. Some of them seemed to have thought of something and their eyes were filled with excitement. The Sea King looked at Tian Yanzi, who pushed out with a single palm. Among the more than 10,000 cultivators in the spacecraft, some of them felt the brands on the backs of their hands become hot again, and they were then dragged out and thrown into the crack. There weren't many of them, but Lu Yin, Hai Chi, Zhang Dingtian, Hai Dashao, Lan Si, and even Elder Tong and Elder Shan were among them. They were all thrown into the crack. At the same time, the Sea King's voice rang out. We've given up on the entire Starfall Sea, but we've preserved the tinder. You guys should live well, and there will be a day when the Starfall Sea will be reinvigorated. Don't embarrass our 5th mainland, and there will be a day when we can go against the current and kill our way to the 6th mainland. Hai Chi-Chi's face went pale. Father, what are you doing? Let's escape together. The Sea King shook his head and looked at Hai Chi-Chi with reluctance. I'm sorry, but I can't leave. This disaster was brought about by me. In order to change the heavens, I shattered the upper 3 gates, which led to the 6th mainland's full-scale attack. Chi-Chi, live well and maybe we'll meet again in the future. He then looked at Lu Yin with a sharp gaze. Kid, take good care of Chi-Chi. Remember, if there's a day when you have the ability to shatter the upper 3 gates again, I can't tell you what will happen after that. It might be a blessing or a disaster, but it's the only chance to defeat the 6th mainland. Remember, no matter how others try to stop you, shatter the upper 3 gates. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. The upper 3 gates? Senior Sea King, the outer verse has Yuan Dash. Lu Yin wanted to say something, but before he could, he was pushed into the depths of the crack by the Sea King. One cultivator after another escaped into the outer verse through the crack, and those who had not been dragged out hurriedly rushed into the crack. They wanted to escape as well, but Hai Chi was knocked out by Elder Shan and taken away. In the distance, Madame Red rushed over and she was shocked. She had not expected that there would be a passage to the fifth mainland's outerverse here. She was delighted as the innerverse was at war, and this passage would allow them to invade the outerverse. The fifth mainland's outerverse would not be able to stop them. When the Sea King saw Madame Red arrive, the Sea King's trident materialized in his hand. Beside him, Dao Master Lan and Tianyanzi had solemn expressions that carried a solemn aura. As the strongest powerhouses of the Starfall Sea, they had given up on the Starfall Sea in order to preserve their seeds. Now those seeds had to leave safely or else their sacrifices would be meaningless. Madame Red attacked, fighting 1 against 3. She was extremely powerful, but she could not defeat the 3 in a short period of time due to the suppression of the astral phenomenon. She could only watch as the cultivators fled. The Sea King was equally anxious and he was calculating the time. As long as he could confirm that Hai Chi had reached the outerverse, he would destroy the crack. It did not matter if there were any cultivators inside. If they died, then so be it. He could not allow Madame Red to enter the outerverse through the crack. Within the crack, everyone was rushing towards the outerverse at top speed. They all had anxious expressions, but they also had a desire to live. Even Lan Si did not say a word. He grabbed Lan Baobao and fled. Their father, Dao Master Lan, was just like the Sea King, sacrificing himself to protect them. Outside the crack, Tianyanzi coughed up blood as his arm shattered. Soon after, Dao Master Lan's skin turned red as if he had been roasted by flames. The Sea King's hair was stained with blood, but it was unknown whether it was Dao Master Lan's, Tianyanzi's, or even his own. Madame Red did not show any mercy like she had in the Heavenly Fire Dojo. She attacked ruthlessly and a mist wrapped around the 3. With a casual wave of her hand, she tore Tianyanzi to pieces, causing his blood to dye the heavens. Not long after, Dao Master Lan's body was also invaded by the red mist. His body exploded and he died without a complete corpse. The Sea King's eyes were bloodshot and he suddenly attacked the crack with a palm. He was a lockbreaker, and he instantly dissolved the energy that had been wrapped around the astral river by Master Yuan and Dizu. The crack healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Madame Red was furious. "You're courting death." She then grabbed the Sea King's neck, causing fresh blood to flow down his neck. The Sea King stubbornly blocked the entrance to the crack and laughed bitterly. "It's over." Madame Red's eyes went wide and she hesitated over whether or not to go to the outerverse. At that moment Mr. E and Mr. D arrived. Madame Red looked at them and her eyes lit up. Her mist wrapped around them as she tossed them into the rapidly healing crack. "Use your strength to attack the astral river from the outerverse. I'll attack from here as well and tear open another path." The Sea King's face changed and he wanted to drag Mr. E and Mr. D out. However, he did not even have the ability to resist in Madame Red's hands. He could only watch as Mr. E and Mr. D chased after the others, and the crack quickly disappeared. The Sea King despaired as the outerverse did not have any celestial phenomena to suppress them. Mr. D could still be stopped by the elders, but with Mr. Yi's strength, no one could stop him. Madame Red relaxed and looked on expectantly. Why hadn't she thought of sending someone to the outerverse to tear open a path? However, it was not too late. Although the outerverse resources could not compare to the innerverse, there were still quite a few, enough for the Flying Horse Manor and the Tong family. On the other side, one cultivator after another rushed out of the crack and remained in outer space. Luin also rushed out and looked back at the crack. There were still quite a few people inside, and he made a prompt decision to dissolve Master Yuan and Dizu's energy. At that moment, the crack began to shrink and there was no need for him to do anything. Someone else was dissolving the energy and it was most likely the Sea King. They really could not cross over. Outside the crack, Hai Deshao and the others watched on in grief and silence. The man who had a 90% resemblance to the Sea King was Hai Feng, and he was the Sea King's eldest son. He was also watching on in grief. Hai Chi had fainted on Elder Shan's back. Lan Si, Lan Baobao and the rest looked at the crack in grief as Lan Si would not be able to return either. There was also the Sylvan Dragon that had taken human form in the Heavenly Fire Dojo, and it also revealed a trace of grief. It had been rescued by Tianyanzi and taken to the Heavenly Fire Dojo, and it had been very attached to Tianyanzi. But now it was all gone. They were the last remnants of the Starfall Sea, and they were the people that the Sea King and the others had risked their lives to protect. Many people were still inside the crack, unable to cross over. The crack was shrinking rapidly and many cultivators inside were howling in despair. Suddenly, two figures domineeringly pushed away the cultivators in front of them who could have rushed out of the gap and rushed out. Immediately after, a majestic power caused the starry sky to tremble. An unimaginably terrifying power swept across everything. The starry sky graveyard collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Elder He's expression changed and he stood in front of everyone. He looked at Mr. E and Mr. First in shock. How did you get here? By then the crack had completely closed and many cultivators were still unable to cross. Elder He and the others could no longer care about them, and they all looked at Mr. E and Mr. First in despair. The two imprinters, especially Mr. E, had a combat power of far beyond 500,000. They could still fight him under the suppression of celestial phenomenon, but now Mr. E could single-handedly defeat them all. Hai Feng, Hai Dashao, Lan Si and the others all had ugly expressions. This was going to be troublesome. The entire starry sky was under the control of the two imprinters, and even Elder He and Emissary was being suppressed. He could not even defeat Mr. First, let alone Mr. E. Their carefree release of energy caused the entire starry sky, and even the endless weaves, southern weaves and other regions to feel a terrifying power. This was their true strength. The two imprinters seemed to have been suppressed for too long, and they did not bother to hide their strength, causing everyone to feel fear. Mr. E was very satisfied with this state of affairs. He looked at the fearful and despairing gazes of the people in front of him and let out a long sigh. This was the right attitude. This was how the natives should treat them. Chapter 896. Mr. Yi's gaze swept past Elder He, Elder Tong and Lan Si. These people had all fought against him in the past, but now he could crush them all with a single finger. He was not in a hurry as he did not hate these people the most. Instead he fixed his gaze on Lu Yin and smiled. Mr. E considered himself to be a very elegant person. In the sixth mainland he had ascended step by step to his current position. It had been very smooth and no one had dared to disrespect him. He was a guest elder of the Tong family, and his status was second only to the Tong family's ancestor. In the future he had a chance to become an elder of the Dao Source sect. His future was resplendent and not a single stain could be allowed. However, during this period of time he had experienced something unforgettable. That bastard, that despicable native had actually made him experience despair. Just thinking about that stench made him shudder, and it was enough to wake him up from his dreams. That was a stain, the greatest stain in his life. He had spared no expense to chase after those people, all so that he could personally capture that little bastard and make him feel despair for the rest of his life. Mr. Yi's gaze turned sinister, and his elegant image had completely vanished. He only wanted to see despair, fear and pleading in Lu Yin's eyes. He wanted to see the lowest of human emotions in this little bastard's eyes. That little bastard is smiling? It was not just Mr. E, but Mr. First also looked at Lu Yin as he was the only one who was smiling. Elder He slowly turned to look at Lu Yin. Lan Si and the rest also looked at him. Smiling? Many of the Greyweed Continent's cultivators were saddened. Had Lu Yin lost his mind from despair? Actually, Lu Yin was not the only one smiling. The monkey was smiling as well, and it was a very despicable smile. Lu Yin coughed and looked at Mr. E. Excuse me, but do you have any last words? If I kill my way to the sixth mainland one day, I might be able to help you. Everyone stared at him blankly. This guy had gone mad. He had truly gone mad. Mr. E laughed heartily. You've actually gone mad. Although it's a pity, at least you've vented some of your anger. Little bastard, you've gotten off easy. Mr. First shook his head helplessly. This kid's mental fortitude was too low and he had actually gone mad. Lu Yin blinked and looked at Mr. E seriously. Do you have money? Everyone was stunned. Then they no longer looked at him. He was a lunatic. Only Zhang Dingtian, Hai Dashao and a few others looked at Lu Yin strangely. They understood Lu Yin very well, and they knew that he wouldn't go crazy from fear even if he was about to die. This was especially true for Zhang Dingtian, as Lu Yin had told him a few things about the Outerverse. Could it be that he was confident in dealing with these two? If you have the money, I'll consider not putting any smelly things on your grave, Lu Yin continued. Mr. E was enraged. He raised his hand and grabbed at Lin Fan. His expression was cold and arrogant again. He wanted to crush Lin Fan like he was crushing an ant to vent his anger. In his eyes, Lin Fan wasn't the only one who was an ant. Everyone here was an ant. Elder He gritted his teeth and prepared to go all out. Even if he had to die, he had to let Hai Dashao and the others live. Suddenly Mr. E froze and his expression changed. His face gradually turned pale and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He slowly turned his head to look at the border between Endless Weave and the Southern Weave. There a pair of eyes was staring at him. Even though they were separated by a great distance, the pressure from those eyes made him unable to move. Not only Mr. E but Mr. First as well. Just a moment ago it was the elders and the others who had despaired, but now it was their turn. Those were Master Yuan's eyes. Lu Yin sympathized with these two. They had been living comfortably in the innerverse, but they had run to the outerverse where there were monsters. Mr. Yi's palm covered everyone's heads, but he could not bring himself to strike down. Elder He and the others were confused as they did not know what was going on. In the distance, the heavens were torn apart, and Master Yuan slowly walked out with a calm expression. Cultivators from the 6th mainland? Are you from the innerverse? Come with me and tell me what happened in the innerverse. Mr. E and Mr. First looked at each other and then fled in different directions. Master Yuan shook his head and vanished. Everyone looked at each other and in the end they all looked at Lu Yin. Hai Dashao hurriedly asked, "Who was that elder?" Lu Yin shrugged. "My friend." Hai Dashao was speechless. Hai Feng looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lan Si raised a brow. Elder Tong was helpless. "Don't spout nonsense. Was that elder a senior from the Hall of Honor?" Lu Yin nodded. "Master Yuan." "Master Yuan?" Many people cried out, especially Elder He. "Is he really Master Yuan?" Lu Yin nodded. "Master Yuan? Isn't that the elder from the Hall of Honor? Rumor has it that he's lived for countless years and has given guidance to many cultivators. He's a true elder and he's given guidance to many envoys. I never thought that the outerverse would be overseen by Master Yuan. If I had known, they wouldn't have needed to sacrifice themselves." Elder He lamented. Lu Yin was helpless as well. He had wanted to warn the Sea King, but the Sea King had pushed him away. As for Hai Chichi, she had not participated in the Endless Weave's border war, so she did not know of Master Yuan's existence. Otherwise, the Sea King would not have needed to sacrifice himself. It could only be said that fate had been decided by the heavens. The Sea King had shattered the 3 upper gates, which had led to a calamity. In the end, he would have to pay the price for his actions. But was it wrong to shatter the 3 upper gates? According to the Sea King, as well as what he had heard at the end of the Ocean of Death in the Astral Combat Academy, the 6th mainland had changed its skies. The moment the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the Sea King had clearly changed the skies. He had contributed greatly to the 5th mainland. There were merits and demerits, and it was unclear who was right and who was wrong. But if it had been Lu Yin, he would have done the same. Rather than live a lowly life, it was better to take a gamble. No matter what lay beyond the 3 upper gates, there would always be a chance. Not long after, Master Yuan returned. Mr. E and Mr. De were nowhere to be seen and no one asked. Lu Yin walked out and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master Yuan." Elder He and the rest bowed at the same time. "Greetings, Master Yuan." Master Yuan grunted and then waved his hand, disappearing with Lu Yin. They had not expected Lu Yin to have such a good relationship with Master Yuan. It was obvious that they had something to talk about in private. In the distance, Lu Yin told Master Yuan everything that had happened in the innerverse. His experience was not complicated and he had only gone from the outerverse to the Starfall Sea, then to the Greyweed continent and then back to the outerverse. Although the entire process had taken a long time, most of it had been spent on the road. Master Yuan looked at the astral river after listening to Lu Yin. The situation in the innerverse was similar to what he had expected. The true battlefield was in the Cosmic Sea, and the Starfall Sea was only being attacked by the Tong family and the Galloping Horse Villa. Their forces were not even a fifth of the 3 filaments' combined forces. No one knew when this war would end. At present, more than 3,000 cultivators had fled to the outerverse. Although it was a small number, they were all elites among elites or possessed extraordinary innate gifts. These people could be considered the seeds of hope for the Starfall Sea. Master Yuan gave everyone a choice. The Sea King's Dome and Zhongshan Dojo were free to leave, as they already had some influence in the outerverse. As for the rest, they had to follow Master Yuan to the border and guard the Southern Weave. Not long after, all of the cultivators came to a decision. Over 1,000 people would follow the Sea King's dome, and among them, there were 2 enlighters and about 40 hunters. The rest were explorers and cruisers. This was a terrifying force, and it also included Elder He, an emissary, as well as Elder Tong, Elder Shan, and Hai Feng, all of whom had power levels that exceeded 300,000. Just these 1,000 people alone were enough to destroy any power in the Outerverse. The number of people following Zhou Xian dojo was much smaller, only a few hundred. The strongest was Elder Tai, who was the sturdy middle-aged man who had welcomed Lu Yin and the others when they had first arrived at Zhou Xian dojo. The rest included Lon Si, Lon Baobao, Tai San, and the others. There were no enlighters among the cultivators following Zhou Xian dojo. There were only a dozen hunters and the rest were cruisers and explorers. In the current Outerverse, Taimao Temple and the Dark Phoenix clan no longer had any hidden powerhouses. Only Myriad City could rival this force. In the end, only 1,500 people remained, including 3 enlighters and 70 hunters. They had to follow Master Yuan to guard the border, and they would only be free after a certain number of years. If so many powerhouses were free, it would not be a good thing for the Outerverse. Lu Yin looked at the people from the Sea King's dome and then at the people from Zhou Xian dojo. He did not know what these 2 powers would bring to the Outerverse, but he could only hope that it would not affect the Great Eastern Alliance. Zhang Dingtian wanted to take a look at Earth as he had not been back for nearly 10 years. Before he left, Lu Yin reminded him about Jupiter and asked him to investigate it. Zhang Dingtian was a genuine Earthling who had been thrown to the Greyweed continent by the Hidden Earth Society, so he might be able to find something. Hai Chichi was still unconscious and she was being carried by Elder Shan. The Sea King's dome's Outerverse influence was nearby, and it was a weave in the west. The people from Zhongshan Dojo also quickly left. Although they had managed to escape, they were not happy. The entire Starfall Sea had fallen into the hands of the 6th mainland, and they were like stray dogs. Lu Yin opened his gadget and contacted Huan Sha. He asked about the situation in the Great Yu Empire over the past 6 months, and he learned that everything had been normal. Many of the Outerverse experts had been taken away from the border, and no one could pose a threat to the Great Eastern Alliance. As for Wei Rong, without the Wei family he would not be able to do anything no matter how smart he was. It was a pity that Lu Yin had not been able to find him. The next person Lu Yin contacted was Enya, and he asked about how Aegis had infiltrated the various powers. He learned that everything was going smoothly. Aegis information was very useful, and the Central Weave was not unfamiliar to the Great Eastern Alliance. Enya controlled many spies and could act at any time. Lu Yin would not act against the Central Weave so quickly, especially now that the Sea King's Dome and Zhongshan Dojo's people had come to the Outerverse, and the situation was constantly changing. In the Greyweed continent, everyone had united to deal with the 6th mainland, but now that they were in the Outerverse, the situation was different and they might even become enemies. Lu Yin had joined Aegis' first management team in a hurry, and he had not yet been to the true headquarters. He thought about it and contacted Star Fox. They had not contacted each other for half a year, and Star Fox was surprised by Lu Yin's whereabouts. The Great Yu Empire had announced that Lu Yin had gone into seclusion, but Star Fox did not believe it. Lu Yin did not tell Star Fox that he had only wanted to visit Aegis headquarters. Star Fox sent Lu Yin the coordinates. Lu Yin took a look and saw that they were in the Central Weave, so he immediately set off. Chapter 897. Elsewhere, in the underground of an icy planet, Star Fox put down his gadget and looked into the distance. The black-masked assassin and the childlike assassin were both there. Over the past half-year, the Great Yu Empire has taken away too much of our information. Their goal is self-evident. They want to use this information to develop spies so that they can conquer the Outerverse in the future. Are we really going to let this person join us? Star Fox couldn't help but ask. The black-masked assassin replied in a low voice, "Let him do whatever he wants. Our goal is to protect Aegis and we need to rely on him before we can fully protect ourselves. With the Hall of Honor as a protective talisman we can act boldly, but I also feel that this Lu Yin isn't simple. We're relying on his position in the Hall of Honor, but he's only using our information? This person's ambition is greater than the heavens," the childlike assassin said. Star Fox agreed. Even a child in the Outerverse knew of Lu Yin's ambition. He wanted to unify the Outerverse. The black-masked assassin's gaze was cold, but there was a complicated look in the depths of his eyes. There was also some helplessness. Aegis was one of the 4 major corporations in the Outerverse, an existence that combined both spear and shield. They had countless mercenaries and assassins under their command, and they dominated the Outerverse in an overbearing manner. This was just what outsiders saw, but who could see the helplessness in the assassin's eyes? Lu Yin had seen it, so he had taken advantage of it. All they could do was cooperate, and this was what a true leader was like. So what if he was just an explorer? He could do whatever he wanted. If he could unify the Eastern Weaves, then he could unify the entire Outerverse. Joining the Hall of Honor was very attractive to him, but there was one thing that he didn't want to admit. In the future they would have to rely on Lu Yin, and this person's future was incomparably bright. At some point in time the situation in the universe had changed. What used to be separate weaves had gradually become unified. They were like large ships, and Lu Yin was one such ship. From the moment they had agreed to let him join Aegis's first management team, they were also part of Lu Yin's ship. Once they boarded they couldn't get off. Sometimes the situation is like an arrow released from a bow. Once it's been released there's no turning back. Let's just wait for him to come. The black-masked assassin said indifferently. Star Fox and the childlike assassin fell silent. Assassins were always cold. Aegis's headquarters planet was frozen all year round, and it was a remote location with dangerous weather. Few people could find it. Lu Yin followed the star map that Star Fox had given him and found the seemingly ordinary white frozen planet. There weren't many rune lines on a planet, and it could even be said that there weren't any at all. After joining the first management, Lu Yin had immediately learned of Aegis' method of concealing rune lines. It came from a strange mineral called Aura Concealment Stone, which could completely restrain star energy and turn it into a stone. This kind of stone was very rare, and even Aegis only had a few. Only the top 10 assassins were qualified to use it. Lu Yin also wanted a piece this time. The exterior of the spaceship was covered in solid white ice. As the spaceship slowly descended, the cold white air currents along the way formed a passageway, gradually sealing it in ice. With a rumble, the spacecraft landed on the ground and the cabin door opened. Lu Yin exhaled, and the air that flowed out of the cabin was actually frozen. It was very cold, but fortunately, it was not harmful to a cultivator like him. In the distance the white color spread out endlessly. Only a smear of black could be seen. That was the entrance to the underground. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and when he reappeared he was already at the underground entrance. He stepped on the stone stairs that were gradually being sealed in ice and walked down. Before long he arrived at the place where the black-masked assassin and the others had sealed themselves. Suddenly, Lu Yin's scalp went numb as an icy killing intent locked onto him from within the darkness. Behind him a cold glint flashed past. Lu Yin casually waved his hand to redirect the cold glint, but countless other cold glints flickered and pierced towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze transformed into runes that flashed, weakening the cold glint's rune lines. He tapped out with a finger and the void froze. Many of the cold glints shattered with a bang. His finger hit nothing and there was only emptiness in front of him. These attacks seemed to originate from the void, but that was not the end. All of the cold glints condensed together and transformed into an indescribable killing intent. More than 200,000 points of strength had gathered together, causing the void to distort and tremble. This attack had the power of an enlighter. Lu Yin sneered and took out a walnut from his cosmic ring. He then leisurely tossed it in the air. "Stop!" the black-masked assassin shouted. He walked over to Lu Yin's side and stared at a nearby corner. The underground lights were brightly lit, and in the corner, a childlike assassin stared at Lu Yin in shock. "Little Zheng, come over here and apologize to Alliance leader Lu," the black-masked assassin barked. His gaze was stern and his face was pale. The childlike assassin's fingertips dissipated, revealing several chips. He put them away and walked over to Lu Yin before bowing. "I'm sorry, Alliance leader Lu." Lu Yin's lips curled up and he looked at the black-masked assassin. "Is this how Aegis treats its guests?" Before the black-masked assassin could reply, Star Fox walked over from the other side. "You're not a guest. You're one of us and we need to know how strong you are." Lu Yin nodded and put away the walnut. "All right, do you know now?" The black-masked assassin relaxed when he saw Lu Yin put away the walnut. The moment that walnut had appeared, his entire body had gone cold, and the terror that had come from the depths of his cells had almost caused him to flee. That thing was definitely a terrifying weapon, and he was certain that he would not be able to escape. "I'm sorry, Alliance Leader Lu." The black-masked assassin personally apologized. Lu Yin waved a hand and looked around curiously. He saw 5 frozen cabins that resembled coffins. Aegis had originally had 5 founders, but now only the 3 of them remained. It seemed a little miserable, but in terms of strength only the Hall of Taimo, the Dark Phoenix clan, and Wan Qianqing could compare to them. The black-masked assassin was Aegis' true foundation. So this is where Aegis made its fortune. "It looks like you guys were hiding here during the Assassin World's calamity," Lu Yin said. The black-masked assassin replied, "Yes, that calamity swept through the entire Outerverse, and any assassin organization with a bit of influence was affected, including the Great Eastern Alliance's Mafioso Planet. However, Mafioso Planet was able to withstand the calamity and survive. Most of the other assassin organizations disappeared." Lu Yin recalled that the Lemaitre Mistchild had mentioned that Mafioso Planet's inherited power vessel had been used. It seemed like that had been the case during the Assassin World's calamity. Mafioso Planet's survival was not only due to the power vessel, but also because its influence was limited to the Eastern Weaves and did not exceed the 7 filaments. Thus, it did not have any information on the truly important figures. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand the calamity. Right? Isn't he supposed to be helping out at the border? Can he come back in half a year? Lu Yin asked curiously. He was referring to the assassin who looked like a child, and his name seemed to be Little Zheng. "We're assassins, not mercenaries. There's not much point in helping out at the border, and we can come back once we apply. Besides," the black-masked assassin looked at Lu Yin. "We also belong to the Hall of Honor, and we only take orders from Alliance Leader Lu. As long as there's no war at the border, we can choose not to help out." Lu Yin smiled. "I'm just here to confirm something. As a member of the first level of management, do I have the right to mobilize all of Aegis manpower, resources, and even financial resources?" The black-masked assassin and the other 2 looked at each other, especially Star Fox. His gaze was extremely cautious, but there was nothing he could do. The black-masked assassin nodded. "Yes, you have the authority to make the decision." "Good. I need to mobilize Aegis's strength to track down Cha Weirong's whereabouts. Also, I need to know the background of all the members of the second level of management as well as their reasons for joining Aegis. You can organize this information and send it to Enya," Lu Yin said. "Alliance Leader Lu, I hope that you understand that we are an independent organization," Star Fox could not help but say. Lu Yin looked at him. "You have the right to refuse." Star Fox was about to speak, but he was stopped by the black-masked assassin. "Alliance Leader Lu's request is not excessive. We will do as you say." "Many thanks." Lu Yin smiled. He and Aegis were each taking what they needed. It would have been fine if he had not joined the Hall of Honor, but once he did, it would be impossible for Aegis to leave. Lu Yin did not stay for long before leaving. He wanted to go to Shenwu Continent as it had been a long time since he had last seen Ming Yan. Before he left, Lu Yin asked for an aura-concealing stone. Underground, Star Fox could not help but say, "We clearly had an agreement back then that we only belonged to him in name. In reality, Aegis doesn't need to listen to his orders, and he doesn't have the right to mobilize Aegis's strength. It's only been half a year and he's already shown his true colors. If we're going to play, then we'll go big. At worst, we'll start all over again." Little Zheng rarely spoke, but he was usually straight to the point. The black-masked assassin agreed. "That's right. Since we're already on this boat, there's no reason for us to just watch the captain row the boat. We'll take action as well. If he wants people, we'll give him money. Let's see how far he can go." Star Fox sighed helplessly. Aegis had indeed changed. It had changed the moment Lu Yin had joined, and they had become Lu Yin's assassin organization. The only thing he was worried about now was money. He understood Lu Yin very well, and he knew that this person loved money dearly. He had even specifically mentioned financial resources, so this guy was definitely eyeing their money. Star Fox's guess was correct, as Lu Yin was indeed eyeing Aegis's resources. However, he had been too embarrassed to ask for them just now. There was no rush, and he would take things one step at a time. Aegis was one of the 4 major corporations, and it was a money bag. It would not be easy to use its name to join the Hall of Honor. Wan Qianqing had been stationed on other planets before heading to the Endless Weaves after the battle at the border. After the battle at the border, Wan Qianqing had been severely damaged, but fortunately, its foundation had not been damaged. Many cultivators had used nearly half a year to restore Wan Qianqing to its original state. Many of the city's original sceneries had disappeared. However, Wan Qianqing's reputation had also increased because of the battle at the border, as it could unleash an attack with a power level of over 500,000. This shocked many outerverse powers, and even more people rushed to Wan Qianqing. Now more and more people wanted to settle down in Wan Qianqing. Wan Qianqing was huge and every street was packed with people. There was a large house in the corner of the northern side that had been deserted for a long time. Half a year ago, when Wan Qianqing had been renovated, there had been quite a few people living here. The people who lived here were from the Wei family. The Wei family's army had been defeated in Armament Weave, and their family had been annihilated. Wei Baichuan and Wei Dan had been captured, Wei Exina was on planet Hydratink, and Wei Rong had gone missing. Many other important members of the Wei family had come here. Chapter 898. This mansion was the Wei family's escape route. In the current universe, no one dared to say that they could exist forever. Since ancient times, many colossal entities had disappeared in the long river of history. The Wei family was very smart and they had prepared more than one backup plan. The path of retreat could only guarantee their safety. It would be too difficult for them to make a comeback. The atmosphere in the residence was oppressive. Ever since the members of the Wei family had arrived, they had rarely left the residence. This was because there were many eyes staring at them from outside the door. These people were from the Great Eastern Alliance. The Wei family was the bait, and Lu Yin would catch whoever took them in. It was precisely because he had seen through this that Wei Baichuan hadn't fled, causing Lu Yin's plan to fail. The members of the Wei family in Myriad City were also bait. The Great Eastern Alliance would never let them go free. I can't take it anymore. They've been hiding like rats all day. I'll fight them to the death, roared one of the Wei family's youths. He wanted to charge out but was stopped by the others. We don't even know if the young master is alive or dead, and the Great Eastern Alliance didn't use the family head's life to threaten the young master. This is a blessing in disguise. We can't let the Great Eastern Alliance take advantage of this opportunity, the Wei clan's elder said angrily. The people around him lowered their heads and looked sorrowful. The dignified Wei clan had fallen into such dire straits. No one knew where Wei Rong was except for one person, Xianxia. He was the one who had hidden Wei Rong. Wei Rong was not as dejected as the outside world thought, and his expression was still quite good. Although the Wei clan was in ruins, Wei Baichuan, Wei Exin, and the others were still alive. Many members of the Wei clan had hidden themselves in Myriad City. As long as he had the ability, he could rise to power at any time. Are you really not afraid that Lu Yin will attack the Wei family? Your father is right under his nose and he can exterminate him at any moment. Xianxia glanced at Wei Rong, feeling somewhat annoyed at his calm demeanor. Wei Rong smiled. Lu Yin won't do that. The biggest difference between us is our bottom line. He can be ruthless enough to kill all of his enemies, but he's rarely ruthless enough to kill those who can't resist, especially when those people are still useful to him. Xianxia sneered. He's still dreaming about subduing you? Wei Rong looked at Xianxia seriously. You might think that it's impossible, but that might not be the case in his eyes. This is a difference in breadth of mind. He has the ambition to unify the outerverse, so he won't be unable to tolerate a small loser like me. He's confident that he can accomplish anything, and that's a good thing. Wei Rong's lips curled up. But it's also a bad thing. Xianxia propped up her chin with one hand and looked at Wei Rong. You didn't even have the ability to deal with Lu Yin when the Wei family was around, but now you're confident? Wei Rong shook his head. It's not confidence, it's luck. I'm waiting for the day when his luck weakens, so I'm sorry, but I might have to hide for a very long time. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Whatever. I'm only hiding you because I don't want you to die so early. You're worried that Lu Yin will target Million City, so you're just looking for someone to help you think of a solution, Wei Rong said. Xianxia snorted. If you want to look for me, look for Wang Wen. Wei Rong's eyes flashed and he solemnly looked at Xianxia. It's best if you don't. Wang Wen will definitely follow Lu Yin. Why? Xianxia was baffled. She was a genius in business and was extremely intelligent. She could stand side by side with Wei Rong and Wang Wen, but in terms of boldness and breadth of mind she was still lacking. Wei Rong frowned. I don't know. I have a feeling that once Wang Wen finds out that I'm hiding in Myriad City, Lu Yin will find out as well. I have a feeling that Wang Wen will become Lu Yin's brain sooner or later. Xianxia facepalmed. This is so annoying. How can such a person appear in the Outerverse? Unifying the Outerverse. Only he could think of something like that. Wei Rong looked up at the sky. Even if Lu Yin had not appeared, he would have taken action. The Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and this was an unprecedented opportunity. Xianxia was about to leave when her gadget beeped. She glanced at it and her expression changed. One of the 10 arbiters has appeared. Wei Rong was shocked. What did you say? Xianxia solemnly looked at Wei Rong. The 10 arbiters, the Divine Fist has appeared. He's come to the Outerverse. This sentence caused Wei Rong's thoughts to change. The Innerverse and Outerverse can be connected? Xianxia shook her head. I don't know. I don't know anything. All I know is that the Divine Fist has led a group of experts to the Outerverse. Not only that, but a group of experts has also appeared in the Western Weaves. Rumor has it that they should be from the Sea King's Dome. Wei Rong's eyes flickered and he lowered his head in thought. Xianxia did not leave as her heart was in a mess. To the average person this matter would not affect them much, but it was different for the younger generation. The 10 arbiters were the rulers of the younger generation, and they had the authority to judge, supervise, and even punish. This was publicly acknowledged throughout the universe, and the appearance of the 10 arbiters was like the heavens to the younger generation. Even if the Outerverse situation had changed, the 10 arbiters were still existences that could not be ignored. More importantly, the 10 arbiters had brought a group of experts with them, which was the guarantee of their authority. The two were silent for a long time. Wei Rong let out a long breath. Lu Yin is in trouble. Xianxia looked up. The 10 Arbiters' Council? Wei Rong nodded with a playful look in his eyes. With the Innerverse and Outerverse separated, the Outerverse Youth Council is basically crippled. Lu Yin has appeared out of nowhere and become the #1 person in the Outerverse younger generation. Now that the 10 arbiters have appeared, they will definitely restore the council's authority. There will definitely be a dispute between them. At this point, Wei Rong looked at Xianxia. Let's get straight to the point. You're also worried that Lu Yin's ambition will grow too big and annex Myriad City, and I also hope that someone can restrain him. Since that's the case, we'll have to do something about the conflict between the 10 arbiters and Lu Yin. I won't do it. Even if Lu Yin really does unify the Outerverse, it has nothing to do with Myriad City. He can't touch us. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. Do you still remember what happened underground during the battle at Myriad City? Xianxia's expression changed. Everyone lost their memories. That's right, so you don't know what happened either. How can you be so sure that Lu Yin doesn't have a way to deal with Myriad City? Wei Rong asked sternly. Xianxia stared at Wei Rong. Don't scare me. He won't have any memories either. Wei Rong laughed. As long as there's even the slightest possibility, I'll kill it, especially when it's Lu Yin. Xianxia thought about it for a long time. What are you planning to do? We don't need to do anything for the time being. They'll face each other on their own. You can spread some news about the tragedy at East San Dios, and the Divine Fist won't remain indifferent. Whatever happens next will have nothing to do with us. Xianxia looked up at the sky. The Outerverse had changed yet again. News of the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist appearing in the Outerverse quickly spread. Most people did not even know who the 10 Arbiters were, but the Divine Fist's name was enough to shock them. 10 days later, Lu Yin arrived at Shenwu Continent's space station. The Day-Night clan had already evacuated. During the war at Armament Weave, the Day-Night clan, Sword Sect, and other Innerverse powers had all interfered. Now that Lu Yin was so powerful, they were afraid that he would settle accounts with them later. They had finally realized that Lu Yin was someone who feared nothing, especially after the border war in Endless Weave had ended. He had started a war against Armament Weave's Wei family, and his background was frighteningly powerful. The Hall of Honor had clearly shown his support, and the Day-Night clan did not dare to stay behind. Currently, there was an unfamiliar hunter overseeing Shenwu Continent's space station. His name was Arel and he came from Dark Mist Weave. He had personally applied to the Great Yu Empire to oversee Shenwu Continent's space station, and he had received approval from the cabinet. Although Shenwu Continent was located in Dark Mist Weave, the Great Yu Empire had the final say. This was the current power of the Great Yu Empire. When Arel saw Lu Yin arrive, he was startled and hurriedly bowed. Lu Yin waved a hand. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter Shenwu Continent. Yes, Your Highness, Arel replied respectfully. Soon after, Lu Yin entered Shenwu Continent and appeared not too far away from Mingdu. He looked around, determined the direction, and then headed towards the city. Within the imperial study of Mingdu's palace, Ming Yan was reading through memorials and reviewing them from time to time. Below her, Bei Hong was standing respectfully. After an unknown amount of time, Ming Yan finished reviewing a pile of memorials and looked up at Bei Hong. Act according to the memorials, Ming Yan said. Her tone was gentle, but it was much more dignified than before. Bei Hong accepted the memorials. Yes, Your Majesty. He then respectfully retreated. Ming Yan had everyone else in the study leave. She tiredly propped up her chin and rubbed her head. The sun shone in and it was very warm. Unknowingly, she had already been in this position for more than 2 years. Ever since Lu Yin had left, he had not appeared. Have you forgotten about me? Oh. A voice sounded from behind Ming Yan. She was shocked and turned around. When she saw Lu Yin, her eyes lit up with joy. Brother Lu. Lu Yin looked at Ming Yan and hugged her. I'm sorry. I had too many things to do and couldn't come see you. Ming Yan blushed. She had a dual personality and she was currently innocent. Although her 2 years as an empress had made her decisive and dignified in front of Lu Yin, she reverted back to that little girl. If not for Lu Yin, she would have broken down back then. Only when he hugged Ming Yan did Lu Yin feel complete. Although he had not seen this woman much, she held an extremely important place in his heart. Ming Yan quietly lay in Lu Yin's embrace with her eyes closed. Only in this person's embrace could she feel at ease and let go of everything. There was no need for words. A hug was enough to feel the other person's feelings. Lu Yin lowered his head and kissed Ming Yan. Suddenly, a cold gaze focused on them and Ming Yan's hair turned white. How dare you? Do you think I won't bury you? Lu Yin subconsciously let go and coughed. Ming Yan snorted and stared at him. If you dare to be rude again, I'll bury you. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. You can't beat me. Ming Yan raised her brows. What did you say? Lu Yin laughed dryly. Nothing. Aren't you supposed to come out at night? Ming Yan coldly replied, she's too weak. He can't even resist you. Who knows what you'll do? You have ulterior motives. Lu Yin was speechless. The white-haired Ming Yan frowned and sniffed hard. She then looked at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. Do you have that kind of poison? Lu Yin did not understand. What poison? The poison that turned me into this, she said expectantly. Chapter 899. Lu Yin was taken aback when he heard the white-haired Ming Yan's words, and then he took out the upgraded poison of life. Ming Yan was delighted. Give it to me. What for? Lu Yin was on guard as he had not forgotten that Ming Yan had swallowed the poison herself. If not for Mr. Mu's secret technique, she would have died. I can absorb this poison to increase my strength, said the white-haired Ming Yan. Lu Yin blinked. Absorb this poison? Ming Yan nodded. Give it to me. Lu Yin gripped the poison tightly. Are you sure you can absorb it? You won't die, right? Ming Yan grew impatient. No, give it to me. Lu Yin did not want to give it to her as he did not want to take the risk. Ming Yan helplessly closed her eyes, and her hair turned black as she returned to being the original Ming Yan. Seeing this new Ming Yan, Lu Yin felt much better and impatiently hugged her. Ming Yan blushed. Brother Lu, give me the poison. Lu Yin gulped. Is she telling the truth? You can really absorb it? Ming Yan nodded. Don't worry, are you afraid that I'll kill myself? I would have done so long ago if I wanted to. I didn't need to wait for you to appear. Lu Yin thought about it and gave the poison to Ming Yan. This was the Neo-Human Alliance's life poison, and it cost 120,000 star essence to upgrade it once. Lu Yin had upgraded it twice and it had cost him 420,000 star essence. It was a rather expensive item and Lu Yin was not even willing to use it for himself. However, it would not be bad if it could really increase Ming Yan's strength. Furthermore, she could absorb this poison, which would be the bane of the Neo-Human Alliance. Thank you, Brother Lu. Ming Yan was delighted and kissed Lu Yin. Lu Yin was delighted, and when he lowered his head he was met with a pair of cold eyes as his hair turned white once more. How dare you be so rude to me? Ming Yan rebuked. Lu Yin was furious and kissed her again. Ming Yan's eyes went wide and she did not react to the kiss. She only reacted after a few seconds and pushed him away. She wanted to scold him, but her hair turned black once more. Ming Yan looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. She. Lu Yin was speechless and he felt depressed. Half a day later, Lu Yin and Ming Yan sat in the back garden. Ming Yan's hand was held by Lu Yin and she felt very comfortable. Big Brother Lu, I have something to tell you. Ming Yan hesitated. Lu Yin was amused. What is it? Ming Yan pursed her lips and met his gaze. I went to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Lu Yin's expression changed. The base of the Tower of Resonating Light? Ming Yan nodded. The bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light has been sealed and there's nothing inside, Lu Yin said. Ming Yan shook her head and gently replied, I went into the seal. Lu Yin was shocked. Back then he had tried his best to enter but had failed. You can enter the seal? Has the seal been removed? No, no one else can enter. Only I can. And Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin and whispered, I received an inheritance from a senior called Gu Yu, and he gave me a battle technique called Moonstar. Xianxia? The monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he held Ming Yan's hand. There's no danger under the seal, right? Ming Yan smiled. It's not dangerous to me. I've already taken Gu Yu as my master. How did you get in? Lu Yin was puzzled. Ming Yan looked confused. I don't know either. About a year after you left, I went to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light out of curiosity and I just went in. The seal didn't hinder me at all. Lu Yin released his domain and swept through the entire capital before descending upon the Tower of Resonating Light. He quickly reached the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light and bombarded it with his domain, but the seal did not budge. He still could not enter, which was strange. Big Brother Lu, the 5 sealing planets above our Shenwu continent were moved here by Master Gu Yu. He seems to be a lock breaker, Ming Yan said. Lu Yin was not surprised. In fact, he had seen the source box array in Ironblood Weave and Source Peak Planet, so he had already guessed that the 5 sealing planets were source boxes. Although such large source boxes were rare, it was not impossible for a peerless powerhouse to set them up. Right, wait for me. Ming Yan left Lu Yin's embrace and quickly walked out of the Imperial study. It seemed like she was going to retrieve something. Monkey, have you heard of Moonstar? Lu Yin asked. Moonstar is a battle technique that shocked an entire era. Gu Yu is a powerhouse of that era. Rumor has it that he was framed and died mysteriously. I never thought that he would be buried on Shenwu continent. It's no wonder why this continent has 5 sealing planets and why even a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 can't do anything about it. It's no wonder why there's such a powerful seal at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. A battle technique that shocked an entire era? How does it compare to Night's End Daybreak? Lu Yin was curious. The monkey thought about it. I don't know, but it should be about the same. They don't belong to the same era, so we never fought against them. However, they are both terrifying battle techniques that shocked an entire era. According to the records, Gu Yu was a genius who was at the peak of both combat and lock-breaking. It's a pity that he died too early. Otherwise, he might have been able to reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yin had never thought that Shenwu continent would have hidden the inheritance of such a powerhouse. It was no wonder why there were so many experts on this tiny continent. Martial power was also slightly more powerful than star energy. It was all related to Gu Yu. As he thought about it, he looked up at the 5 sealing planets. Back then, everyone had thought that Ming Taizhong had moved the 5 sealing planets, but it was actually Gu Yu's power that had moved them. Ming Taizhong had probably borrowed Gu Yu's power to do so. A dead person could protect an entire continent from being invaded. That was a true powerhouse. Lu Yin wondered how Yan Yan was compared to Master Yuan. Ming Yan had actually been blessed by Shenwu continent. She had been able to absorb the poison of life while Ming Yan had been able to obtain Gu Yu's inheritance. 7th bro, ask your woman if she can teach you Moonstar. Once you learn it, you'll be much more powerful. It's a battle technique that can change the universe, the monkey said excitedly. Lu Yin was not as excited as the monkey. Ignoring whether or not he could learn Moonstar, even if he could, he would not be too excited. Although he did not know who had created the 9-yang cauldron transformation, this battle technique had been around for far longer than Gu Yu's, and it had even appeared in the Daoist sect's ruins. It was said to be invincible when the 9 battle techniques were combined into one. This battle technique was definitely one of the best in the world and even in history. Lu Yin already had the 9-yang cauldron transformation, and it would take him a long time to cultivate it. He also had the Dream Finger serious art overlaying stacks and so on, so he no longer had much desire for battle techniques. What attracted him the most about Gu Yu was lock breaking. Although he had some talent for lock breaking and his eyes had been modified by the serious art and the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, allowing him to see far more clearly than others, his progress was still a little slow. Of course, he did not spend much time on lock breaking, but he still hoped to improve quickly. If he could obtain the help of Gu Yu's inheritance, it would save him a lot of time. Iron Blood Weave, Shenwu Continent, Source Peak Planet, and many other places had proven the importance of lock breaking. Lock breakers who could control source box arrays were even more terrifying, and Lu Yin would definitely encounter such people in the future. He would never forget the scene of Source Peak Planet's source box array being activated. Very soon Ming Yan returned with a yellowed handwritten letter. "Brother Lu, this is for you." Lu Yin curiously took it and looked at it. His eyes lit up. Lock-breaking experience. Lu Yin was excited as he had been waiting for this moment. What he had hoped for the most right now was Gu Yu's lock-breaking experience, and he had not expected that it would appear here. The letter was made of an unknown material and had a few dozen pages. The first page described the discerning elementary lock-breaking experience, while the second page described how to use source box arrays. There were also notes on how to control star energy and how to cultivate it. Lu Yin was so happy that he kissed Ming Yan. "Yan, you've really helped me a lot." Ming Yan was embarrassed and her face turned red, but her eyes were filled with joy. "I'm glad that you like it." Lu Yin laughed and hugged her as if he was hugging the entire world. "I'm sorry, Brother Lu. Master has ordered that I cannot pass Moonstar to anyone else unless it's my own disciple, so." Ming Yan apologized in a low voice. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "Silly, there's no need to apologize. Brother Lu doesn't need to learn Moonstar. You can learn it yourself." Ming Yan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yin and grunted in acknowledgement. Her heart was filled with sweetness, and she was very happy that Lu Yin had not forced her. She was very clear about how tempting an ultimate battle technique was to a cultivator. She felt that Lu Yin was sincere in not forcing her to hand it over. This man would be her man for the rest of her life. After cuddling for a while, Lu Yin's eyes turned, and he coughed and swallowed, as if he was making an important decision. Ming Yan blinked and looked at him blankly. Lu Yin did not dare to meet her eyes. He took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice, "Yan tonight." But before he could finish, he was speechless when he saw that Ming Yan's hair had turned white. A familiar voice then said, "Let go or I'll bury you." Lu Yin facepalmed. Dual personality was too scary. He had just decided to do something tonight, but what was he supposed to do now? It was easy to get sick. "I like obedient Yan," Lu Yin could not help but say. He was met with a cold glare. Lu Yin stayed on Shenwu Continent for 7 days. During this time he did not show his face in front of anyone else and stayed with Ming Yan the entire time. No matter if it was the black or white Ming Yan, he would stick to her. No matter how much she mocked him, it was useless. 7 days later, Lu Yin left Shenwu Continent. The continent's greatest secret had been unearthed, and if there were any other secrets, it would be the 5 sealing planets. Since there were 5 source boxes, as long as one could successfully unlock them, they would be able to obtain something. A source box as large as a planet was something that could not be seen even in Iron Blood Weave. Lu Yin did not know what he could obtain by unlocking it. Only a boundless advanced lockbreaker would be able to unlock such a source box. Lu Yin covetously looked at the 5 sealing planets one more time before leaving Shenwu Continent's space station and preparing to return to the Great Yu Empire. On this day, the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist appeared to appoint new members of the Outerverse Youth Council. East San Dios originally had 5 members, but now only Lu Xiaoga and Wendy Yushan were left. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.